Ready? Okay, I'd like to ask everybody to silence your cell phones, so we can continue on with the business. I'll do the roll call. Commissioner Lundvall. Here. Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson.
Here.
Commissioner Brokaw.
Here. Commissioner
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Bell.
Here.
I'm Commissioner Ladwig. We're present and accounted for. We have a quorum. If there's members of the public that would like to address the commission on any agenda item, please make sure you fill out a comment form located back there at the registration table and hand it to one of the departments. Assisting with the meeting today is Tina Schmidt from the Sheridan Regional Office. If you're participating via Zoom, you should have submitted an advance comment form prior to the starting of the meeting. If you would like to still comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting. And as we work through this agenda, the public will have an opportunity to address the commission. To ensure everybody has an opportunity to speak, and as a courtesy to others, please limit your time because we have quite an agenda to go. Commissioners, please make sure, as I just did, make sure your mic is on when you speak so you can be heard. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. To start off, I would like to give thanks to the crew, the local folks that gave us, the commissioners and others, a tour yesterday of the fish passage work out here on Clear Creek and the monument boat ramp out at Lake DeSmith and the trip to the Bud Love WHMA. It was a very informative and very well presented tour, and we give our thanks to you all that were involved with it. Thank you. We need to approve the minutes of the April and May commission meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
Mr. President, I move to accept as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the minutes of the April and May commission meetings. Are there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Director Nesbitt.
All right. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission. I've got quite a few items here this morning on my director's report, but I'll try to move through this concisely and with some purpose. So, hey, first of all, I wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate Angie Bruce, the deputy director, who will in a couple of months here become our department's new head coach, the new director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. The timeline for that will be, I'll be done just following the September commission meeting, right after that meeting. And then Angie will assume those duties. I do also want to thank those other folks who stepped up, threw their name in the hat, and were willing to take on the responsibility and all of the charge that goes with being the Game and Fish director. The commission, as you all are aware, but I wanted to repeat for the public, had the opportunity to evaluate some highly qualified folks from within the department particularly, and was able to, as folks know, was able to advance 3 candidates. All of them happened to be from within the Game and Fish Department, but they did interview candidates from outside as well. I think they had an opportunity to evaluate about 14 total candidates and interviewed 6, I believe. So commission did a great job with the process, and ultimately the governor made his decision. So congratulations again, Angie. I've worked side by side with Angie. I appointed her as my deputy not very long after I became the director, and she's going to do an exceptional job, and I am fully supportive of her appointment. I also want to introduce to the commission, some of you may have known Mark Nelson, but Mark Nelson was recently promoted to be our policy and planning chief, replacing Todd Larson. And Mark has been with the department for a long time, longer than I have, 30, I think he's got to be over 35 years. Where's Mark at? Yeah, 34. So Mark started out as a game warden and then ended up being in a similar position for a while, and then worked in the wildlife division in a variety of different roles within the wildlife division in the administration. And then we, like I said, just recently appointed to be the policy and planning chief, and Mark certainly brings a wealth of experience and a real solid knowledge of our department and the wildlife issues that we face every day. So congratulations to Mark, and you'll be seeing him now at commission meetings. I did want to recognize all of the efforts that occurred around the state to do Kids Fishing Day here. That's happened since our last commission meeting. Usually most of them are around the same day as we have Free Fishing Day in the state, but not all of them. Some of them are on different days, usually early June. Exceptional efforts in a lot of local communities. I particularly want to mention the Maury Brown Kids Fishing Day that happened in Southeast Wyoming. That was year either 3 or 4 of that, and a real honor to Maury Brown, who's passed within this last year, who was instrumental in starting that effort. I think at that fishing day, they were able to have 300 kids there catching fish and learning all about how cool it is to be outside. Certainly a keystone initiative of our Inspire a Kid efforts. And I do also want to recognize we had a lot of department folks that put a lot of time into all of those efforts, but particularly Maury Brown and also the Wildlife Fund. The Wildlife Fund's been instrumental in raising the money, working with the Maury Brown family and coordinating all those logistics. It's a lot of work to make that happen. Along those lines, some of you were able to participate in our Inspire a Kid camps that are hosted by the Little Jenny Ranch. And again, the leader in that effort is the Wildlife Fund and Mr. Chris McBarnes and Nate Brown, who invest a tremendous amount of work in those camps that occur there in Bondurant at the Little Jenny Ranch. Two camps this year, one for boys and one for girls. I unfortunately was only able to attend one of them, but they continue to do exceptional work and really make some impacts on young people's lives at an early stage. They're in an environment where they can experience just some incredible outdoor resources. So hats off to the Wildlife Fund, and then also a lot of our department folks who take some time to go up there and spend time with those kids. And I think we had either 1 or 2 commissioners that spent some time with the kids. So thank you for that. I did want to mention recently we had, we don't usually, I don't in my director's report talk a lot about litigation, but there was a very important case that was one of the major issues in this case is fundamental to the state's ability to manage wildlife and to exercise our sovereign rights there. And it was in respect to the black bear baiting case. And basically the state was challenged, the Forest Service, not the state, the Forest Service was challenged by a group groups that were alleging that they inappropriately delegated the authority to allow black bear baiting on the forest to the state. And our Attorney General's representative that invested most of the time on that was Travis Jordan, and he did an exceptional job. And ultimately we prevailed in that case. And again, it certainly was about one species with black bears, but it really has a straight line nexus to the state's ability to manage wildlife as we all feel is so important. Did want to mention we did have the WAFWA annual meeting here in the beginning of June. Commissioner Ladwig was able to attend that with me as well as a few department staff. It was a great meeting. We had some good discussions with other states about some of our common issues and about there's a lot of this initiative over this past year when I was president was to advance the capacity in the West to do more work on wildlife movement. And so there was a lot of discussions around that and around our continuing efforts to make those things possible, not only in Wyoming, but in those states that border us and also with other states as well. As you all know, wildlife don't know political boundaries. So it's important to be able to protect those wildlife movements across the West. It's important for all the states. Did want to mention too, a quick update with regards to your recommendation that the department pursue opportunities for legislation that would provide the commission authority to regulate setbacks for trapping, and then also to require mandatory trapper education. The commission made that recommendation, as you recall, in April. And the TRW committee did not ultimately decide to take that up as an interim topic. However, we do know that there have been groups that have appeared before you in April and before that are certainly interested in some of these changes in Wyoming law, that have been working with legislators. Our Chief Game Warden, Rick King, has also been working with those groups and a legislator to evaluate the potential for some legislation this coming session. And I think those efforts are moving forward. I don't suspect, the session doesn't start until January. And since it's not an interim committee topic, I don't suspect we're going to see legislation like in the next few weeks, but I think we will see a draft here in the next few months. And the folks we've been working with and the particularly the legislator that we've been working with has committed to working directly with us on what the language looks like. So positive update there. We did have a travel, recreation, wildlife meeting in Casper here on July, I believe it was the 10th. Commissioner Masterson blessed us with his presence at that meeting. It was great to have a commissioner there, and we were in his hometown. So thank you for being there, Commissioner Masterson. We discussed, there was a lot of topics. Game and Fish was on the hot seat for about 6 hours. So they went through a lot of bills, a lot of testimony, and a lot of questions from the committee. Ultimately, there's a few things that they did agree to move forward. So first of all, many of you may remember that the Wildlife Task Force provided a recommendation to the legislature that they do legislation to convert our current preference point system for bighorn sheep and moose into a weighted bonus point system. That bill was filed 2 years ago and did not make it through the process. So that bill came back up again here through the interim and was assigned by the legislature to be in the TRW committee. And so we've discussed it at the last meeting, discussed it at this one here in July. And ultimately they agreed to move that bill forward in its current form. It's very similar to what was filed the first time. I can answer specific questions on what that bill does. Glad to do that. Commissioner Bell was on the Wildlife Task Force and he knows the ins and outs and the details as well. But essentially it addresses a problem that a lot of hard work identified related to the long-term durability, functionality of our current preference point system for both non-residents and for residents. They also, again, I think I've seen this bill either 4 or 5 times now in the last 13 years. They moved forward the bill that would split whitetail and mule deer in statute to not just be deer, but to be their own species, similar to how elk, moose, other big game species are delineated in statute. That bill had significant public testimony. I would say significant. There were several folks there that in person that testified on that. And but they ultimately moved that forward. We had asked them in May, as we talked to them about our projected future revenue needs, and the fact that we've just experienced quite a bit of inflation, we asked them to consider a variety of different options that would require statutory changes. And one of those was an opportunity for the commission to have the authority to set application fees. Currently, the application fees for residents are $5 per application, and for non-residents, it's $15. That's been in place for a very, very long time, multiple decades. And so we talked to them about providing that opportunity to the commission to go up to a much higher amount. I believe the amount we settled on was 20 for residents and 75 for non-residents. There was an amendment to the bill that in hindsight, as we've all discussed it after the fact, one of the amendments that went on the bill is is problematic and impactful to the commission and the department. And so we'll be working with that committee to see if they're willing to make an adjustment to their amendment. And essentially, the amendment would allow application fees to apply as one application fee to a group of applications. Essentially, that could end up being a revenue decrease depending on what the commission did with the fees. If we left them at the current level, it would definitely be a revenue decrease, which was certainly not what our intent was when we talked to them about this. So we'll be working with them to try to adjust that here at the next meeting. We also asked them to consider removing the exemption that the commission currently has that all other states have, where, or I'm sorry, not other states, other state agencies have, where other state agencies are not required to pay property taxes on their buildings and lands that they own. We asked them to consider removing that provision so that the commission would not have to pay property tax on those buildings where we conduct public business. So for us, that would certainly be our regional offices. And I believe fish hatcheries, other places where we serve the public, warden stations. And anyway, there was a lot of discussion on this. We had some testimony from county commissioners particularly, and some concern from them. The bill was laid back. It's not dead, but the legislature would like some more information before they make a decision on whether they're going to advance any kind of a bill. We also had the opportunity to talk to them about the recoupment statute. Recoupment was enacted in 2007, and essentially it said that on an annual basis, the department will provide information to the state auditor that will quantify those decreases in revenue that we experienced due to us providing licenses for a free or reduced price based on a legislative directive. So where the legislature says, Game and Fish Department, you've got to sell these licenses cheaper to this particular group of people. This recoupment bill allowed or directed the legislature to provide a reimbursement to the department for those revenue decreases. After that bill was passed in 2007, the legislature funded that for many, many years, from 2007 to 2020. And then when there were budget cuts during COVID, they decided to not appropriate the money. The requirement's still there, but if the money's not appropriated by the Joint Appropriations Committee and ultimately the entire body, then we don't receive the funds. So we haven't received those for 3 years now, and it's significant. It's about 1.2 million a year. So we asked them to consider, there's not a statutory change required, but we asked the TRW committee to recommend to the Joint Appropriations Committee that they reinstate that funding, and they have done that. They've written a letter, put it in writing, and asked the Joint Appropriations Committee to reinstate recoupment. I'm very hopeful that makes its way through, because that's like I said, a pretty significant amount of money, and it doesn't require a whole lot of change. It just requires them to go back and do what they did before. Did again consider the whole issue around commercial fishing guides and the overcrowding issues that we have experienced in certain parts of the state on heavily used waters. There's been last year there were 4 different bill drafts that were considered, and then 2 that went to a working group, and ultimately 1 came out and went through the session and didn't make it. I don't recall if it didn't make introduction or if it just was defeated through the committee process. But anyway, been multiple efforts to do this in the past. The Travel, Recreation, Wildlife Committee decided to form another working group within the committee to come back and report to them in October. We will have a representative on that group. It'll be Chief Osterland, and we'll see if they come up with some ways to address concerns that have come up with legislation that was looked at before. And so we'll see where that goes. I think we'll know more after the October meeting. We also received an update on the treatment of predators working group that was formed by the Travel, Recreation, Wildlife Committee. that working group is comprised of a couple of NGOs, as well as the director of the Department of Agriculture, myself, a few legislators. The NGOs involved are Wyoming Stock Growers Association, Jim McGagnon, Wyoming Wildlife Federation with Jess Johnson. And I hope I'm not forgetting anybody, but anyway, that group has met and we discussed some potential legislation that would really address what was, the issues that were observed with the incident in Sublette County. A lot of the discussion and the focus was on those actions that occur once a person has taken or injured a predatory animal and, prohibiting somebody from not immediately euthanizing an animal that they've injured or, intentionally injured or taken. So we'll see where that goes. There's going to be a full report that goes back to the TRW committee in October. I think there's going to be one more meeting of that group at least between now and then to massage the language and prepare a final recommendation to Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife. And I think with that, Mr. President, that is my update. I would ask if there's any, I should have checked on this before, but Angie or Rick, is there any additional legislative work since our last commission meeting that we need to mention here today? Okay. All right, Mr. President, that concludes my report, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. President, I got a couple of questions. Could you provide a little bit on the shooting complex, cover that, and also in the TRW, I was really impressed with I thought they did a fine job with with their questioning stuff with the department. My concern is we need to get something moved forward on this trapping. Somehow, some way, we need to get that up to the legislature they need to see it somehow. So I'd encourage the department to do everything we could to see if we can make sure that that's front and center with them. I think it is, but I think it's something important that the citizens really want to have some sort of a finality on. And also, I don't know if you could go a little bit more into the outfitters for the fishing outfitters. That seems to be something that's getting kicked down the road quite a bit itself too. So address that. Thank you.
You bet. So first I'll start with the shooting complex. So there were a total of 9 proposals. I might be off by one. There were 9 proposals that were submitted to the group, the task force that's considering these proposals. Ultimately, one dropped out, and they winnowed the total number down to two final projects, one in Campbell County, one in Park County. And as we speak, the task force is doing site visits for both the Cody and the Gillette proposed projects. Chief Gokalia is taking on that role for the department today and yesterday and tomorrow. And so following that work and those site visits, the group will then meet again in August to make a final vote and decision on what they will recommend to the legislature as far as where the project will be funded. Ultimately, that task force, again, it's just a recommendation, and the legislature will ultimately decide any allocation of funds if that's part of the project, and also a final site. Both of those project proposals are very well done. They're very appealing. Both of them have, meet requirements that are important that were laid out in the request for proposal. And so I think, that however the chips may fall there, the state will have a premier shooting complex facility that we can be proud of. Regarding the trapping issue, as I mentioned, Chief King and other personnel, I believe Supervisor Jason Hunter's been involved as well, has been working directly with the folks in Star Valley for sure. and also with a individual senator who has agreed to move something forward. I feel confident something will get proposed anyway. It's, as you know, Commissioner Roberts, it's difficult to predict how these things play out once they get to the legislature. But the department is clear on our mandate from the commission that we are to work to our level best with the legislature to advance something that addresses those concerns we've heard from our constituents. And then lastly, I would agree that the whole issue around fishing guides and outfitters has been kicked down the road multiple times. I don't remember when I first started working on this, but it's been at least 6 or 7 years ago. I mean, the concerns are legitimate. They're pretty easy to sort out and articulate, but the solutions are much more difficult. We have, from really early on in this process, been very willing to be at the table and help. But we've had concerns with the enforcement and where that enforcement responsibility would fall. We certainly, we are not set up, at least right now, to administer a program like that. So we have been supportive of having the existing board of outfitters or potentially a separate board established to oversee any kind of licensing requirement. There's some other challenges with that too. I mean, the licensing requirements and regulation of those fishing guides, there's a lot of opportunity there. However, it appears that there's a real dispute and question over authority that any board may have over regulating area of authorization or use and the number of folks that can be in a particular area. And so that's one of the challenges that the legislature's grappled with. And I think that's something that this working group is going to have to address. Ultimately, I mean, our folks with one water stretch exception have not identified a biological impact from this problem. It's been more about the quality of experience for those folks that are using our rivers to fish. And that one area where we do have maybe some biological concerns, we've got some ways to potentially deal with that anyway, if our folks feel that's necessary. Hope that addresses your question, Commissioner Roberts.
Director Desvik, I appreciate your report, and to dovetail on a different issue from Commissioner Larson, landowner licenses, also a very problematic, difficult area to deal with a lot of strong opinions on all sides. But it seems like that has been haunting us as well. Could you tell us what the status of the process is and what's contemplated as far as scheduling for a proposed regulation?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I'm going to have to phone a friend. I know that we're working on it, but I don't know any of the specifics right now. And I'm going to ask either Deputy Chief Smith or Chief King to come give you answer that question for you.
So President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, we're working right now internally on some thoughts to bring to you in September. So look for a presentation to discuss in detail where we're at with landowner licenses at the September meeting.
A follow-up, Chief, do you anticipate that will be in the form of actual rules, or will it be the conceptual part in terms of a recommendation?
Yeah, Commissioner Ladwig, President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, will bring to you something that'll look like a proposal for you to contemplate and give us direction to go back and turn that into a regulation to put forth.
I think that's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meredith Wood. Morning.
Morning, President Ladwig, Commissioners, Director Nazvik, Meredith Wood, Chief Financial Officer, here to present agenda item number 3, which is to request the final approval of your commission's FY25 standard budget and one-time projects. This should be a relatively quick presentation. If you recall, in March, the FY25 budget was presented to you for preliminary consideration, which you approved at $102,400,168. Since then, between March and July, there's been only 2 changes, both of which were required based on legislative action. They increased the game warden retirement contribution amount that the agencies are responsible for by 3.97%. And they also increased the housing allowance for Teton County from $2,244 per month to $2,520 per month. Total increase between March and today is $323,897 for a total final standard FY25 budget request of $102,724,066. That is, any questions on that piece?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Mr. Brokaw.
Meredith, who makes those increases? Who, you said somebody required?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw, both of the game warden retirement was passed through legislation under statute. So all of those percentages and the breakout on employee responsibilities versus agency responsibilities are indicated in statute. And the housing allowance, I believe, was approved by the governors as proposed by the budget office.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
President, one question. When it comes to the housing allowance in Teton County, are we gonna do away with that once the houses are built? Or will they be moving in pretty soon? So why are we budgeting for that?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, not all of the employees eligible for that allowance will be getting an department housing. So it will reduce once those folks move in. I believe there's 6 people total moving in. There's 9 included currently in the allowance. So there will be a cost savings once they move into those properties.
Any other questions?
And then just as a reminder, the one-time projects, there were no changes, no increases or decreases between March and today. So that still remains at 3.1 million for one-time projects. So if there's no further questions, I'd like to request the final authorization and approval of your commission's standard FY25 budget and one-time projects.
Any discussion?
No discussion, Mr. President. I'm ready to move the request. So I would move to approve the adjustment for a total standard budget of $102,724,066.
Does that motion also include the one-time projects?
Yes, sir.
Motion's been made and second.
Second.
Commissioner Jolovich, seconded. Motion been made and seconded to approve the standard budget and the one-time project budgets for fiscal year 25. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Deputy Director Wiltanger.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. Next on your agenda, agenda item number 4
Mr. Johnson.
is Mr. Jerry Johnson to go over some project requests they have in funding.
Thank you, Director, Commissioner Ladwig, Commission. I am Jerry Johnson. I'm with the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. I manage the Animal Damage Management Program for the department, and I am here today to bring the annual request for the special project funding. It is $200,000 for research projects.
This year on June 20th, we reviewed $381,000 worth of renewed and new project proposals. Those projects that were selected for funding totaled $212,300. And after being ranked by the Game and Fish, the projects that were selected for funding are as follows. The first one was the Wyoming Game and Fish Large Carnivore Livestock Depredation and Prevention Control. That was requested for $25,000 and was fully funded for $25,000. The other project, number 2, is the University of Wyoming. This is an ongoing project. It's the effects of predation on survival of newborn mule deer in the Wyoming range. It's especially critical after the harsh winter they had over there. And so the request was for $40,000 and was reduced to the funding of $34,500. The next one was a new project for the Game and Fish. It's the efficacy of non-lethal ear tags to deter grizzly bears and wolves in the Upper Green River area. This is a new project. It was ranked high, but with it being a new project, it was not fully funded to ensure that the projects that were ongoing could continue to be not fully funded, but funded. It was funded for $10,000. Then we have the Natrona County Predator District for raven removal to enhance sage grouse nest success. This has been an ongoing project for the Natrona County Predator Board. They requested $5,000 and it was fully funded for $5,000. Then Carbon County Predator District had their raven project for sage grouse and nest success, and also to solve some livestock depredation issues. That was requested for $4,000 and fully funded for $4,000. Next was the Carbon County coyote removal to enhance the Bag Savory Mule Deer project and fawning grounds. That was requested for $15,000 and funded for $10,000. Then we had the Fremont County Predator District, again, coyote removal in the Sweetwater Rocks Mule Deer area, Hunt Area 97, requested $30,000 and it was funded for $15,000. This is year 2 of 3 on that project. Carbon County Predator District had their antelope fawning area around the South Ferris Mountains. It was $17,000 and funded for $10,300. This is the 3rd year of that project. Then Washakie County Predator Management District did a target control on the Basin mule deer herd. They requested $10,000 and it was funded for $6,000. Lincoln County, they had a coyote removal targeted on the herd unit 135 mule deer herd. They requested $30,000, funded for $15,000. Then we have the Natrona County Predator District for the enhanced Bates Hole mule deer fawn survival. This has been an ongoing project to try to enhance that mule deer area and get better recruitment for the deer fawn survival. That was requested at $30,000 and funded for $15,000. And then their second project or third project for coyote removal was to enhance the Red Wall and Big Sulphur mule deer fawning grounds. That was $30,000, funded for $15,000. A new project was for the Niobrara County Predator District, coyote removal to enhance the Manville and Lance Creek mule deer herds. They requested $20,000 and were funded for $10,000. Converse County, this is their 3rd year for the project for removal in the Santa and Sage Creek mule deer area. They requested $20,000 and this was funded for $15,000. Johnson County, they had presented again. This is the 3rd time they had presented this project. But the first year that this one was funded, they had requested $52,000
And it was to go for sage grouse and mule deer. And it was funded for $20,000. The game and fish on this one, for the totals for the 200,000, the game and fish funded 10,200, and the balance of $9,800 came from the ADMB funding. And then the Wyoming Ag in the Classroom project, for their special educator, stewardship project, they requested $2,500, and the ADMB funded $2,500 with funds coming from the Animal Damage Management Board. There were 7 counties that were asking for coyote removal funds to help with this project. And, you know, if you guys have any questions on those, I can be happy to answer for any of those.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Robert, Commissioner Roberts.
Could you go back to your first slide on the Green River one? And I got a few questions on the 50,000 and funding 10. I looked through all the, I'm curious why it wasn't more funded. I understand it's a new project, but when it comes to large carnivores up in that area, in particular with the grizzly bears or things, we pay an exorbitant amount of damages all the time for livestock in that area. So I'm wondering, is 10,000 just, is it workable 10,000 or 50,000? Because we've got issues, huge issues up there. And I see it goes all the way through coyote this, coyote this, coyote, and everybody seems on board with that. But when it comes to our damages and stuff, these grizzly bears and wolves up in this area, and I know Ashley's got a whole bunch of problems up and through, and listen, we got to find some sort of a way of mitigate it, and 10,000 out of 50,000, I'm just having a hard time understanding why we would go back.
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, Director Nesvik, would you care to address that for me, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So great question. I'm very supportive of this project. And ultimately, what this came to is there was 2 things that happened. One was it's a 2-year project, and that's 50,000 over the 2 years. One of the members of the board brought forward the fact that it appeared that the manufacturer was not going to be able to provide the ear tags in time for it to be funded during this first year. And so the board, we were very limited. We had a lot of denials. We had to deny a lot of requests. Decided to give them enough to start and then potentially finish funding that fully next year at the next allocation meeting, because it appeared at the time anyway, I don't know if anything's changed, but it appeared at the time there's no way that they were going to be able to spend that money and fully implement the project and obtain the right ear tags by the next time this process happened.
Thank you, Director.
Commissioner Masterson.
I appreciate your presentation. Thank you. And I'm not sure if this question is for you or the director. A lot of funds going towards coyote control, which is great, but I'm aware of that. I'm aware of the legislature and the individual predator control boards are putting a lot of effort into it. Are we getting anywhere? Are we kind of in a holding pattern? You know, just keeping up with the population? Are you able to get an idea?
Yeah, Mr. President, I can take that one as well. So the answer to your question is in most cases, it is extremely challenging to measure the efficacy of the work. It would require significant resources and a lot of work to try to measure if we're actually having an impact. You know, as we've talked about multiple times with presentations to the commission, predation is one component of mortality on big game species. And there's a lot of variables. There's a lot of other factors that contribute to overall mule deer herd health. The factor that's probably evaluated the most in these discussions is the fawn ratio. In some cases where we've done coyote removal in the same place for many, many years, there's no change. Fawn removal is maybe gone up and down, but it's stayed relatively consistent. There have been some places where there have been short-term changes and an increase in fawn ratios. But without a significant more investment in time and money, it's hard to, with any kind of scientific vigor, measure the efficacy.
To follow up, if I may,
Sure.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, I certainly appreciate that, and I don't want to take resources to put in to try to get any sort of scientific count. Anecdotally, any idea from what you hear in the field, or perhaps Commissioner Brokaw from an ag point of view, or Commissioner Lundvall, or I'm just curious if it's having any effect, even if it's just anecdotal information.
I can start and just tell you that the department has sponsored and you have funded specific targeted coyote removal, especially where we've had a decent feeling that we could have some effect on the population, is when, for example, Western Wyoming, where there was a significant decline, we felt like 2 years after basically a year and a half after the bad winter, that we could potentially have an impact on new fawn recruitment by doing targeted coyote removal in those areas at a high enough level. I mean, we did it tens of thousands of dollars at a high enough level in those fawning areas that it could give those fawns a boost. You know, there's science that indicates that can work. And even in those cases, you know, we talked with our own SRA group, we talked with the Monteith shop, we talked with others about, is there any efficient way to measure this? And there is, it just takes a whole lot more resources. So anecdotal, I'm going to get to your question. Anecdotally, we do believe in certain cases this has an effect. The projects we've supported on ADMB are very localized. They are very focused most of the time on fawning areas. So we've supported those. But you bring up a very good question with regards to the livestock part of this thing. There's a lot of places, particularly with sheep, where those livestock producers see the effects. I mean, immediately, like if they don't have some kind of help, they see a change in their bottom line from year to year. But those herds are counted and controlled and herded and obviously our wildlife are not. So there's a lot of difference there.
Mr. President, I'd like to give one example of what happens. One coyote runs out in the field on my son's farm, grabs an antelope fawn, drags it off in the drain ditch. They had nothing they could do about it. So that's one coyote gone. That's gonna save one fawn. So I don't think that can do anything but good.
Please, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying it's not a good thing to do. I'm trying to get a handle on whether or not, you know, are we just treading water? Are we getting ahead of it? That's what I was trying to figure out. I completely agree with you that it does good every time you're able to take one. So just so you know.
I would like to add in, I'm on the ADMB board, and my second year. This is a complete set. We have 2 meetings. One of them allocates the main ADM money that goes to all the predator boards. It's extensive, quite a bit more money than this. And this is just special projects that these predator boards have decided that they need to work in their area. And it's using our $200,000 worth of funding that Game and Fish puts into this every year. So it's something to be thinking about. They also put special money in for areas with sage grouse money this year. It was what, $38,000 per board that they put in
Yes.
for coyote control in sage grouse areas. So there's a lot of money going into this. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that this is my last year. So somebody ought to be thinking about being on the ADM board and understanding how this system works, because I won't be here for the next meetings next year. So that's something that people can think about. But I know in my county, Niobrara County, they had a problem with the mule deer south of Manville. They did a special control 2 or 3, 4 years ago,
Mhm.
and that deer population is increased. We've seen the increase. So it apparently it does work. I don't know if they're ever gonna get ahead of the coyotes. That's the problem. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to also follow up. I know this last year, when south of Casper, well, that whole Casper area got so inundated, they did have a rancher call in and they said that there were several coyotes in an antelope herd. And so they chose to go up there. They had some additional money, left over from this project. And they went out and they took, I think, 55 off the antelope herd in one morning. So yes, they do try to target these at specific times. And the landowners are the ones that really help push this forward and tell them where to go. And I know one of the ones, the Savory Creek Bags Mule Deer herd, this year, Sharon O'Toole, she definitely said, and the Game and Fish officer definitely stated that there was an increased doe fawn ratio. So. Any other questions?
Okay, is there a motion to approve the request?
Mr. President, I move to approve the projects selected for funding by the Animal Damage Management Board and allocate 200,000 in the board to the board to accomplish those projects.
I'd second that.
Did you get that? Motion's been made and seconded to approve the presentation and the use of the money for coyote control and these different special projects. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chief Miller?
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, Dirk Miller, Fiscal Division Chief. I'm here to ask you this morning to approve one new licensed selling agent in Lander. Wild Iris Mountain Sports in Lander has requested approval to be a licensed selling agent. One note, the game warden reviewed and recommended approval. This business was a licensed selling agent, changed hands last year. At the time of the sale, the new owners were not ready to transfer the license agent. Now they're ready to start up. So it's a new agent, but it's a business that has been an agent in the past. And with that, I'd answer any questions.
Any questions? So now, is this a new license or a change?
It's new
It's new,
because it
okay.
was, the last one was closed. This
Okay.
is to become a new agent. And department would ask you to approve that.
The motion to approve the change?
Mr. President, I'd move to issue a license selling agency status to Wild Iris Mountain Sports in Lander.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded to approve the addition of Wild Iris Mountain Sports as a vendor. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Commissioners, President Ladwick, Director Nesvik. I am not Mark Smith.
I can,
Just wanted to take an opportunity to introduce Mark this morning. It's going to be a face probably you're going to see in the coming years. Mark has been just recently promoted to the Fisheries Management Coordinator position that was vacated by Dave Zaft. And Mark has been with the agency for 22 years. 22 years. The last 11 have been as the Assistant Fisheries Management Coordinator. So Mark's going to introduce the Chapter 46 fishing regulations, and I'll turn it over to him. Fisheries management section's in good hands.
thank you.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Alan.
Mr. Smith.
President Ladwig, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. It's a cool building. I Reminds me of my elementary school. I was half tempted to throw a wet paper towel against the mirror when I went in the boys' room, but reminded myself that I wasn't 10 years old anymore. It's my pleasure today to present to you proposed changes to Chapter 46 fishing regulations. And I wanted to start out with acknowledging that typically we bring changes to Chapter 46 in odd years for implementation in even years. And we're out of that traditional cycle. And the reason for that is that we really need to get after addressing a problem in Flaming Gorge Reservoir with a growing number of predator-sized lake trout that are impacting the balance that we've been trying to maintain in the sport fishery there. And because this reservoir crosses the border with Utah, we're trying to do this in concert with our partners in Utah. And one of the reasons Flaming Gorge is world-renowned and really draws anglers from all over North America is shown in this picture here with this really large trophy-sized lake trout. So as I mentioned, one of the things that we're trying to do is to rebalance this sport fishery with these proposed changes. And part of that is that lake trout consume, unfortunately, the other sport fish in the reservoir, namely kokanee salmon and rainbow trout. And kokanee and rainbow make up the large proportion of the open water sport fishery with this trophy lake trout component. And the other thing that we've been noticing in Flaming Gorge, along with the decrease in kokanee salmon and rainbow trout, is that our trophy lake trout are starting to look more like this image as opposed to the one that you saw in the first picture. And so the public has been fairly concerned about the changes they've seen as recently. And you may have recalled that we had a presentation to you all back in January from our biologist, John Walrath, in Green River, where John presented information on what we've been seeing, sort of a long-term troubling trend in both the decline of kokanee salmon as well as the decline of lake trout condition. And so the proposed changes today are really an attempt to maximize harvest of small lake trout. I wanted to mention that we manage this reservoir closely with our partners in the state of Utah, the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. We have a collaborative sport fish management plan. The goals and objectives in that plan include striving for regulation consistency, the desire to continue to manage for a world-class kokanee and trout fishing opportunities that's in balance with this opportunity for trophy lake trout as well. And the current plan really calls out the need to increase harvest of small lake trout. Part of our relationship with the state of Utah is a reciprocal fishing agreement. The commission has statutory authority to enter into these reciprocal agreements on reservoirs that cross state borders. Flaming Gorge Reservoir is the only place in the state that Wyoming has ever entered into one of these agreements. And it essentially allows us to provide fishing privileges to our neighbors via a stamp. We recently re-inked this reciprocal fishing agreement, and in the new version of that, the two states call out that they're going to attempt to manage for a single krill limit across the reservoir, regardless of the state line and where the fish were caught or the stamps held or licenses held. And both states are currently pursuing regulatory changes to come into alignment to have identical krill limits for all species. And so Utah is currently in a regulatory change cycle, as are we, trying to get in alignment there. Go the other direction. I wanted to give you a quick history of how we arrived here at these regulatory changes, because it's really been the reaction to a long-term pattern and a lot of other things that we've tried to do to address the problem at Flaming Gorge. Back in 2005, our biologists first started to see an increase in small lake trout in the nets in Flaming Gorge Reservoir. And based on patterns that we've seen elsewhere across the Western US, they saw this as potentially problematic, recognizing that these fish would grow to be predators that would begin to consume the other sport fish in the reservoir. And so in the mid-2000s, we started to do a bunch of outreach, encouraging anglers to go out and harvest these fish to make a meal of them. And we, in 2007, first increased the krill limit on lake trout from 6 to 8. The lake trout population has continued to grow, recognizing that they were going to impact our very popular kokanee fishery. We increased stocking of kokanee, and in 2013, we exceeded 1 million kokanee going into Flaming Gorge Reservoir. That's a combination of our hatchery production as well as Utah Division of Wildlife Resource Hatcheries and the Jones Hill Federal Fish Hatchery. And in more recent years, we've actually exceeded 1.6 million kokanee going into Flaming Gorge Reservoir. In this 2010 period, we started producing virtual fishing clinics. You may have seen some of these videos where we showed people how, when, and where to catch lake trout and encourage them to take them home, and even provided recipes and ways to prepare these fish to make a nice meal of them. We also began supporting tournaments that increased small lake trout harvest, trying to get people to get out and enjoy this abundant resource. And in 2019, with the small lake trout population still growing, we further increased the krill limit from 8 to 12 and allowed anglers to have up to 24 in possession. And the unfortunate part of this story is that despite all of these efforts to encourage and to get these fish harvested, in 2022, we really started to see troubling signs where anglers had a good kokanee fishery year, but there were no small fish in the catch. And in 2023, this sort of all came to a head when there was a very poor kokanee fishery. And we heard loud and clear from the anglers that they were unhappy with the conditions on the reservoir and really wanted us to make some changes. So last fall, our Green River crew began to do some public scoping meetings. They took the data to the public, presented what they had seen as term as this growing long-term problem with a growing number of lake trout, and asked the public what they felt like they would like us to do. And what we certainly heard from them is anglers wanted to be part of the solution. They thought that if we could allow them unlimited harvest, that they could really be part of the solution to this problem. And that's sort of where we arrived with the proposed changes today. Associated with our proposed changes, we held a series of public meetings. We held one in Green River, Evanston, Pinedale, and Lander. The one in Green River was particularly well attended. What we generally heard from the public was there's a desire to continue to manage the reservoir for a robust kokanee fishery, and they still wanted to have trophy lake trout available in the fishery. There's certainly just a lot of concern over the decline in the kokanee fishery, and this recognition that lake trout were no longer in the condition that had become the long-term norm in Flaming Gorge Reservoir. Heard broad support for removing as many of these small lake trout as we needed to rebalance the fishery. And we heard from the public, they thought maybe we were being a little bit too liberal with the number of kokanee being allowed in the creel, and that they would be open to some reduction to spread out the use of those fish across users. They asked that we move quickly, and again, they really wanted to be engaged in part of the solution. If there was one question that kind of popped up with public comment, it was whether the right size to begin some level of protection for trophy lake trout was 28 inches, 26 inches, or all sorts of different ideas were proposed relative to that. It's our current belief that the 28 inches is the right size to begin that protection, and that's the proposed change I'll be showing you here in a minute, and the proposed change that Utah is pursuing as well. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit here now and talk about the specific proposed changes in Chapter 46. First of all, in Section 2, we're proposing to amend the language to the definition of possession limit to clarify that possession limits for fish caught in other states do not count towards a Wyoming possession, except making the exception for Flaming Gorge and the Utah portion of Flaming Gorge. And so my entire career, I've been asked this question repeatedly. If I go to South Dakota and catch a limited walleye and a South Dakota license and bring them back to Wyoming, do those count against my Wyoming possession? We're clarifying the answer to that question and also clarifying on Flaming Gorge Reservoir, doesn't matter which side of the state line you caught the fish on, they count towards your Wyoming possession. In section 28, this is the section of chapter 46 that addresses specific exceptions to Flaming Gorge Reservoir, proposing to reduce the krill limit on kokanee salmon from 4 to 3. The trout category in chapter 46 includes kokanee salmon as well as rainbow trout, cutthroat trout, brown trout, etc. And we're proposing to continue to allow 4 per day from that category in possession, but only 3 of those can be kokanee. In section 28, this is the most substantive change that we're proposing, which is to remove limitations on harvest of lake trout smaller than trophy length, so smaller than 28 inches in length, and provide for disposal of those anglers don't want to consume. So one of the things that we've heard repeatedly from the most efficient and effective anglers for lake trout on Flaming Gorge Reservoir is you could set the limit at whatever, but there's a certain point at which we're no longer willing to process, harvest, or even be able to consume or donate those away. And the reality is that 5% of anglers catch 95% of fish, and that's sort of an adage that we throw around in fisheries, but it's really quite true that very efficient and effective anglers catch the vast majority of fish. And in this endeavor, where what we really need to do is to bring this population down, we really need to provide that opportunity to the most efficient and effective people to help us out. Again, we're trying to provide some balance here in trying to protect the largest trophy fish in the population to continue to provide that opportunity for the public. Finally, section 30 of chapter 46 sort of puts in regulation the reciprocal fishing agreement that the 2 states have. It provides anglers who purchase a stamp the ability to fish across both sides of the reservoir. So Wyoming anglers purchase a stamp from the state of Utah with their Wyoming license. Utah resident anglers purchase a stamp from us in order to fish our portion of the reservoir. And what we're proposing in this change is that when state krill limits are the same for a species, anglers may only possess 1 limit. This provides simplicity and clarity both for law enforcement as well as for the angling public. And it's our intent with the state of Utah to have identical krill limits for all species going forward when these regulations are enacted. And so this should be really simple in the near term, recognizing that regulation processes are uncertain and that the future is uncertain. There's also this last bullet provides the explanation of what would happen should the 2 states end up with different krill limits for a particular species. So finally, typically we propose to make changes to chapter 46 effective on January 1st of a following year. In this case, we're planning to ask the governor's office for an expedited signature and to make these effective October 1st of 2024. Part of this is to be consistent with the state of Utah, which is intending to have their regulatory changes in place on October 1st. And so we'll have the same rules in place on the reservoir at the same time. And it also provides anglers the opportunity to really get after these fish when they're most vulnerable during the fall spawn. And with that, and following any questions, I'd ask that the commission approve proposed changes to chapter 46 fishing regulations.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Mr. President, I have a few, maybe.
Commissioner Roberts?
I'd like to, on a lot of what I heard on the kokanee was there was a lot of thought that doing a must keep on the 3 that you catch. Everybody says the mortality rate for catching a kokanee after they released it, they all died. Did we give any real consideration on the kokanee, that if you caught a kokanee that you're gonna keep it without? Because most of the anglers says, well, they'll catch the little ones, and they release them, they die. Release them and die, release them, die. Did we give it any consideration when we, to make some sort of a 3 kokanee must keep what you caught?
President Lagwood, Commissioner Roberts, we have talked about that. And it is true that during the warmest portions of the year, when kokanee are at depths, that there is some incidental mortality associated with catch and release kokanee fishing. At this time, we feel that part of that mortality is sort of cooked in the krill limits that we have in place. And so there's some expected level of mortality. It's also really sort of a very short season problem. And so trying to address that broadly for what happens during a short period of the year isn't something that we're recommending at this point in time.
Also, I'd just like to say that I believe in the beginning of this process, I was a no-go no matter what, and I would like to compliment the department. What a fantastic job. I mean, I think you folks did everything possibly, humanly possible to get this through, to make sure that this is a science-based decision. I think Fisheries did a wonderful job on doing this, and I think it's the right move for the state to do it, and I would encourage the rest of the commissioners to do these proposed changes, and I think it'll work out good. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. And I would give all the recognition to our Green River Fisheries Management crew, who for decades have really worked closely with the public to bring them along and have them understanding the functions of the Flaming Gorge fishery, and to make what could otherwise be sort of an unpalatable proposal very well received.
Any further questions?
Mr. President. So Mark, my question is, are we looking at other places around the state that have the same potential issue in the future? And look, you know, I mean, say Lake DeSmet that has lake trout and kokanee and maybe some other fisheries. We looking at what can we do? I mean, maybe proactively to keep from happening what's happening at Flaming Gorge.
Yeah, we keep really, I'm President Lagwood, Commissioner Bell. We keep really close tabs on all of these major sport fisheries, including Lake DeSmet, where we have sort of begun to see maybe a trend towards larger numbers of lake trout. It's unpredictable what the outcomes are. These are very different ecosystems, different thermal regimes, different food chains. And so we are keeping close tabs on that, and there's the potential that we end up with a similar situation somewhere like DeSmet, but I think at this point, it's a little bit premature to predict what the outcome might be.
Yeah, Mr. President. Mark, I had 3 questions and they stole 2 of them. Good explanation. There was a lot of public comment on the size, and there's quite a debate on that. And I trust your science. If 28 inches is it, then I support that. Early on, we had discussions about not only removing the lake trout a limit and making them a non-game fish, but then there was conversation about they could not be returned back to the water either alive. So is that necessary? Do we need to capture that? What's to keep people from just catching those little lakers and just throwing them back?
President Lagwood, Commissioner Brokaw. Yeah, we've had conversations relative to that. Of course, our preference would be that those fish, even if they're not going to be taken home for a meal, get recycled to the bottom of the lake. But we feel like most of the anglers who are out there and engaged in lake trout angling understand the dynamics of what's going on in the reservoir and are likely to help us out. And we didn't want to paint somebody who might be sympathetic to, you know, catching their first fish or something and having to kill it if they weren't inclined to do so. So trying to balance that and try to not put people into a position that made them do something they felt was unethical.
Commissioner Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also really appreciate the work that's gone into this. And by the way, I'm a proud member of the 95% of inefficient fishermen sitting next to a member of the 5%. If you could go back in your PowerPoint where
Maybe I
you
can.
referred to 28G2. And I am really reluctant to ask this because I know how much time and effort you put into this and public comments and the entire process.
Where am I pointing here?
We want page 9, well, at least of the PDF.
You go back for me. There we go.
Okay, there you go. All right, here's my question, and I do not mean to change what you have done. It's just a simplification question, okay? It seems to me that we're being a little, we've got more words than we need. I know it's odd for a lawyer to say. My question is, did you consider saying lake trout under 28 inches are designated as non-game fish?
I'll have to have Dave Zaft help me with that. That predates my occupancy in this chair. So Dave was the guy who came up with words.
And I am not trying to change your intent. That's not where I'm going. It just struck me.
President Ludwig, Commissioner Masterson, Ben could probably answer that question as well, but we made a change to statute a number of years ago that is in the definition of game fish, where you'll see that we may specify a game fish as a non-game fish in a specific water. But we determined that statute didn't allow us to designate a certain size range of a game fish as non-game. So we had to designate lake trout as non-game, and then we could set a reg for size.
Thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate your indulgence in answering that question. Thank you. Thank you. Mr.
I'm all for fewer words, so I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the revised chapter 46 fishing regulations.
Second.
You got beat, Rusty. Okay, motion's been made and seconded to approve the chapter 46 fishing regulations. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
And a
Thank you.
quick comment, please.
Yes.
That second picture is as ugly a fish as I've seen.
I think this time break. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a break till 10 minutes to 11. No, 10 minutes, so.
Something's not right.
Okay, Director Nesvik, you're on for awards recognition and donations.
All right. Well, hey, thank you, Mr. President. So this is something that I sure look forward to each and every year where we get to recognize some of our outstanding Department of employees and also some of our partners. So we're going to kick this off here this morning. We got several to do here today. But I'm going to go ahead and kick it off with our Industry Wildlife Stewardship Award, and we're very fortunate to be joined by both of our award recipients this year. We have two companies that are partners that work together and have done exceptional work to accommodate a lot of our concerns regarding their work and wildlife impacts. And as a refresher for the commission, this is an award that we recently made a part of our awards program here just a few years ago. And it really is meant to, and its intended purpose is to honor companies whose primary mission is not wildlife related, but who choose to go above and beyond the baseline regulatory requirements in a manner that is cooperative with the department. It's really important, I think, for our commission and our department to recognize these partners who demonstrate their interest in our wildlife resources through their actions and their words. And certainly both of these companies that I'm going to talk about here today have gone above and beyond to reduce environmental impacts and facilitate wildlife movement across the landscape in the project areas where they've been working. So a little bit about these two companies. First, Qcells is a leading solar energy company that manufactures high efficiency solar panels. The company is involved in the development and construction of solar power plants and large scale solar projects. Southern Power, the second one, is a leading U.S. wholesale energy provider, primarily engaged in the acquisition, development, ownership, and operation of power generation assets. So let me talk a little bit about Qcells first and some of the reasons why we felt this award was appropriate for them. They've been a leader in taking proactive and voluntary measures to minimize impacts on wildlife and habitat during both the planning and the development of the South Cheyenne Solar Facility. And what we oftentimes see with companies like this that find success in being able to mitigate a lot of these impacts is they come to us early and work with us early so that they know what the requirements are. And in this company's case, as well as the next one I'll talk about, they went above and beyond those requirements. Now, the company selected a facility site that's outside of crucial wildlife habitat ranges in an area that provides relatively minimal wildlife and habitat value. So they avoided the area that was important for wildlife and located the disturbance in a place that wasn't nearly as valuable. They consulted with the department during the facility's development stage and adopted various best management practices and recommendations to minimize those impacts. They included allowing antelope movement in and around the facility by incorporating open unfenced areas between blocks of solar panels and between the facility and the South Greeley Highway. They also implemented monitoring and construction buffers of sensitive wildlife resources discovered during the construction activities, such as swift fox dens and migratory bird nests. The second company, Southern Power, again, an incredible partner, worked with us early, has gone above and beyond. They took the initiative to partner with wildlife researchers to better understand solar facility impacts on wildlife populations. And as we've discussed at our meetings before, this is an area where there's some gaps in the science for sure. We don't know nearly to the extent we do with other developments what the impacts are from solar. In a novel approach for Wyoming, this renewable energy facility, Southern Power, is actively using scent dogs to monitor for collision mortalities of birds at the solar facility. This data will be provided to the department with really important insight into the wildlife impacts at its solar site and the overall effectiveness of canine mortality monitoring. In a forward-thinking manner, the company has worked with the department to retrofit fencing to further avoid any risk of big game entanglement and added fence markers to avoid bird collisions in high-risk areas. So with that, there certainly is, there's a lot more detail we can provide on the value these two companies have brought to our relationship and abilities to be leaders for others that are in the energy business. I'm going to ask both the representatives from Southern Power and Q-Cells to join me here at the podium so we can recognize them. And just here at the beginning, I'll make this announcement quick. We're going to go through all the awards. And then when we take the break, we'll do all the photos at once. What I'm going to ask folks to do is in the order that we recognize you here today, be prepared to be in that order to do the photos. And I think that'll help us with time management here today and to be efficient. So if I could have the folks from Q-Cells and Southern Power join me at the podium. Thanks. You guys. Start with this. So get a really cool, hopefully you can put the sign up. It's flat. Congratulations. Good. Stick around.
Yes, thank you for your recognition.
You bet. And certainly we'll give both of you the opportunity to have the microphone for a brief comment if you'd like. So. Podium is yours if you'd like it.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you all so much. My name is Demi Gastinitis. I worked very closely on the development of the South Cheyenne Solar Project with our partners from Southern Power Company. I just want to take a brief moment to say how thankful we are for the recognition and of course compliment the department. It was fantastic to work with the team members close to Cheyenne. They did an excellent job guiding us through the process of developing this project, and we couldn't be more grateful for all the time they spent. It's truly a team effort, and we couldn't have done it without them. So thank you all very, very much for this recognition.
And thanks as well. I'm Keith Harrison. I'm the General Manager of Environmental Affairs for Southern Power Company. I'm here with my colleague, Kristen Mohan, who did most of the work on this project. So really, their award should go to her and Demi and their colleagues. We just wanted to say also that, we're delighted to be here. We thank the commission and the department and the director for this recognition. As owners and operators of these types of facilities in different parts of the country, Southern Power owns and operates 29 other solar facilities across the country as well. We understand that we are long-term partners in a region, and we want to make sure that we demonstrate that we understand it's our commitment to be longstanding partners here. And we want to make sure that we know that our role is to contribute positively to the environment and to the wildlife and the habitat that we serve and the communities that we serve here. So thank you again for the recognition. We really appreciate it. Yep.
Thank you. All right, Mr. President, I will turn this over to our next presenter.
There's a pause between fish and fiscal, so I'm up here, so I'll go. Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, I'll ask Emily Langer to come join me. I'm going to present her 20-year service award today. Emily started working for the state for the Department of Transportation as an administrative specialist in 2003. She came to the Game and Fish Department in 2006, where she served as an administrative assistant in fiscal division for 9 years. She was the first point of contact for customers on all kinds of fiscal issues. She administered the refund claim process and license review board and processed landowner coupons there in that role. In 2015, she was promoted to a purchasing accountant position. There she was the main point of contact for the disposal of fixed assets, including vehicles and equipment. She processed all the required documentation to purchase goods agency-wide. She continued processing landowner coupons and assisted landowners with payment problems. Emily also ordered supplies, managed all the copy machines, and served as a backup to the department cashier. In January of 23, she moved into her current role as an accounting analyst in the purchasing section, where she's a primary point of contact for employees in the Wildlife Division and the Communication and Educations Division on contracting and procurement processes. Emily works to ensure compliance with all the policies, rules, regulations, and statutes that surround procurement and processing. She works, provides guidance and support to employees as they navigate this formal bid process, the bid waiver requests, navigate spending thresholds. She communicates with the internal customers as well as external customers about the approved contracts and purchase orders and the processes there. Emily has a positive outlook and enjoys helping solve problems. She's reliable, enjoyable to work with, and well-respected for her great customer service skills. She's a valuable member of the Fiscal Vision team, and I would ask you to join me in congratulating Emily on 20 years of service for the state.
I'm ready now. President Ladwick, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, I've got a couple of service awards today. I have one for 25 years and one for 40. And both remarkable Fish Division employees. I'd like to start out with Brad Hughes, 25 years of service. Brad, if you want to come up, please. And I'm going to be a little briefer with Brad since he's going to be coming up here again. And I'll be more wordy then. But Brad is in his 7th year at DuBois Fish Hatchery. He's been at Story Hatchery, Tent Sleep, and Spees. So he's been around the state a little bit. With all of our culture section employees, I think you saw when we were at DuBois, it's remarkable what they do. And you'll hear more about the remarkable stuff that Brad has done at DuBois, but he's definitely left a mark in culture systems in the state of Wyoming. So with that, I appreciate 25 years of remarkable service, Brad. Just want to thank you, and hopefully we'll see you for another 25. All right. So my second one is Brad Welsh. I was really concerned I was going to get the Brads mixed up this morning, but I think I did good. So come on up, Brad. So Brad has been with the agency or with the state for 40 years now, as I mentioned. He started as a seasonal technician at the Downer Bird Farm there in Torrington. In 1982 through 84, he was at the fisheries technician at the Casper region. In March of 84, he received permanent culture position at Spees. And he was there until 94, where he was promoted to the senior fish culture position again at Spees. In 98, he lateraled to Story. And in 2011, he was promoted to the hatchery superintendent at Tillett. And, I can remember when I was a game warden in Elk Mountain, Brad bringing down fish and stocking fish and wagon hound creek. And so our paths have crossed many times over the years, and sure appreciate everything he does. I could go on for a long time of his accomplishments throughout his career. But one most recent I'll cover is that at Tillett, that's where we house our kokanee brood. And, I know that this fall, you guys are going to be looking for assistance again. And I encourage you, if you have an opportunity, I know some of the commissioners have done that, including President Ladwig, come up and squeeze some fish. And, but that is the first captive kokanee brood in the nation. And all the work that they did there is because of Brad's leadership. So with that, Brad, I want to thank you for 40 years of significant service. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Greg Phipps, Services Division Chief. Today, I have the honor to present to you the Services Division Employee of the Year. Shelby Bolstrom, please come up. So Shelby's been with the department a little over 5 years. Previously, she worked at the University of Wyoming. She lives in a world of zeros and ones. I only partially understand that, but she is an expert. She's an avid hunter, and usually when you think about application development and computer programmers, you really don't think of them as hunters, you know, out there. However, and that's not a ding on them. God bless these people. But Shelby brings that perspective into application development for the department, which is certainly a strength. Some of her traits that really exemplify what I feel are the values of the department is Shelby deeply cares about the resource. If you get 5 minutes, take an opportunity to talk to her. She'll demonstrate that. She works to understand the problem that needs to be solved. She thinks about problems. She asks follow-up questions. She has a desire to mentor others. She asks lots of questions in group settings and collaborative efforts to help engage others in the problem-solving process. One of the things I enjoy most about Shelby is her positive attitude. I don't think I've ever seen her have a bad day. She probably has. I just don't think I've seen it. And she brings that positive attitude to work every single day. She builds and maintains relationships with other department personnel. Pick your division. She's got solid relationships there. She's patient with users and works to explain things in common, understandable language. I appreciate your translations often. She takes ownership of her work. Her willingness to support the team is without a possessive nature. So she gets the job done, supports what needs to be done. She's proud of her accomplishments, but doesn't feel like she's the owner. The product is the department's. So those are some of Shelby's traits. Some of her accomplishments. Many modifications to the check station application, including the additions of Black Bear and Bobcat, and habitat management area modifications and support. There for a time with our old website, we were without a webmaster for quite a while. Shelby stepped up and filled that gap. And probably one of her greatest ones here has been over a 2-year project, and it's the fish production application. And it was written to facilitate how we raise fish, a lot of science-y and computer stuff in that. I can't fully explain it, but it's great. And it's used by all our hatcheries and rearing stations today. If I may, I'm going to share something that Guy Campbell relayed to us and when he was the fish culture section supervisor. To take and successfully complete this complex fish culture database project, she willingly learned the specific language and processes involved with fish culture. At no time did she ever settle for a part of the application to just work good enough. She wanted to be sure applications that were programmed would benefit the fish culture practices across the section and create efficiencies for staff. She never stopped asking questions, worked tirelessly day in and day out, and did this all with a positive and energetic attitude. She has been an absolute pleasure to work with. Shelby, congratulations on Services Division.
Good morning, President Ladwig, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. It's my privilege today to introduce the Wildlife Division Employee of the Year, Mr. Jerry Altermat. So I know many of you have met Jerry and are familiar with some of his work, but I wanted to highlight some of that today. So Jerry serves as our Cody Region's terrestrial habitat biologist. He's been with the department for 32 years. Jerry does phenomenal work, but really over the last decade or so, he spent a lot of time and effort into developing the ability to use beavers to restore riparian ecosystems. So he put together, he wrote the book on how to translocate beavers, how to trap them, how to hold them together, how to put them on the landscape so that they'll stay and do the great water engineering work that they do. He put together an entire white paper that's the go-to manual for anybody interested in doing that work. Along the way, in his development of that knowledge and expertise, he recognized that one thing that we could do was improve a trailer design to actually capture and hold beavers together till you got the whole family unit, and then you could take them to the place you were going to translocate them. Jerry used all his skills and abilities and created a design for a trailer that'll work really well to hold beavers comfortably until they can be moved. But he didn't stop there. He kept doing his research and homework and kept using all that brain power that he has, and actually developed and designed the Cody holding facility that we have at our Cody regional office now. That's all his design and engineering and ingenuity. That project, as many of you know, was paid for by one large private donor plus money from the Wildlife Fund, bought the materials, and then Jerry, with assistance from our Habitat and Access team, built that facility. And last fall, October, I think, was the first beaver that were actually put into the facility, and it's worked remarkably well. I think it's worth noting that all that work is really critical on a year like right now where it's so dry. You can really see the importance of having good, healthy riparian ecosystems, and the work Jerry is doing is providing that. It's long-term benefits to wildlife. He's done a ton of work throughout his career. I did want to mention as well that he has been engaged in the Yellowtail Coordinated Resource Management Plan for a long time, put hundreds of thousands of dollars on the ground along the Shoshone River, making habitat improvements throughout his career. Just remarkable skill set. He's a musician, he's a welder, he's a carpenter, he's an artisan baker, makes his own bread, which is in demand in the Bighorn Basin. He's a guy that could go do just about anything with his skill set, but fortunately for us and for the state's wildlife, he works here and puts all his brain power to use helping wildlife. So well-deserved recognition and congratulations, Jerry.
I'm back, and so is Emily, please. So we have a theme here of Service Awards and Employees of the Year. So I'd like to welcome Emily Langer as the announcer as the Fiscal Division Employee of the Year for 2023. So Emily was selected for this award for her help with helping the department through a difficult transition in the last year. I already described her service to the state, so I'm not going to repeat all that. But I will remind you that she moved into her current role as an accounting analyst at the start of last year, so in January of 23. And she is the primary contact for Wildlife Division and the Communication Education Division employees, helping them with contracting and procurement issues. Just after Emily started this new job, the fiscal coordinator in Wildlife Division left the department, and the decision was made not to fill that position in Wildlife, which meant many employees in Wildlife Division were going to need some more help with more complex fiscal processes, including contracting and procurement that Emily's doing. And just to remind you, about half the employees in the department work in Wildlife Division, and they have about 40% of the budget. So it's significant additional work. And Emily's worked very hard to help people understand what they need to do, but she also works hard so they understand why they need to do it that way. And those rules and processes are not simple for people who only work with them occasionally. And Emily really tried to teach people how to do it right, and help them understand why they have to do it that way. And that helps avoid delays with many of these time-sensitive requests. And if we get them done right the first time, we can get them through a little faster. And it helps those employees then the next time, if they've learned why they need to do it that way, so they can do them better in the future. Emily's looked for a lot of ways to streamline and improve processes. She collaborated with others to make changes in how we have our hay supply, hay hauling, elk feeder, and flight contracts to the template that we start out with to improve efficiency and effectiveness. She helped employees develop clear bid specifications so that they get through the bid process and we get the desired result and avoid problems with incomplete or inadequate bids. She communicates consistently to help employees and keep them informed of the progress and anything that may be causing delays along the way. She responds quickly to people if they email her, so they know what's going on. If there's problems that need to be fixed, she talks to people in person to try to help them better understand and correct those errors. She advises employees when there's things that are delayed, and sometimes those delays, those employees can follow up. For example, if a vendor has a contract and it's been sitting with them and they need to sign it and get it back to us. So she keeps the communication flowing with that. And during these sometimes difficult conversations, Emily's always honest and respectful, and has allowed her to develop and improve a lot of relationships to earn trust of other employees. So Emily's a valued member of Fiscal Division. Her positive attitude, excellent customer service, and communication efforts really helped the department through this transition and improve relationships between Fiscal Division and Wildlife Division, and also Fiscal Division and the Communication Education Division. And so for these reasons, Emily Langer is the 2023 Fiscal Division Employee of the Year.
President Ladwick, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. It is my pleasure this morning to present to you the 2023 Fish Division Employee of the Year, Brad Hughes. Come on up, Brad. You know, it's always a distinct honor to get nominated for Division Employee of the Year, whether you get selected or not, because it comes from your peers, and it indicates that you're highly respected and highly thought of. Brad received 2 nomination letters this year, so I haven't seen that very much since I've been in that position. And the letters were from not only his supervisor, but also from other division employees and other culture section employees that didn't work with him at his facility. So pretty impressive. As I mentioned, Brad at his seventh year, in his seventh year at the hatchery. But for over the last 15 years, the Du Bois Hatchery has been facing a challenge of a reduction of water quality. And 7 years ago, or several years ago, we hired a consulting firm to come in and look, an engineering firm, come in and look at possible solutions. We looked at different possible well sites. In the end, commission approved dedicating some money to put in an infiltration system and a water treatment system. So part of that project was the infiltration system, which that work began in September of 2023. The infiltration gallery tied into the geyser spring. Brad provided the input, recommendations with design work and daily construction oversight with this project. He also assisted with quality control measures on the ground with excavation and equipment install. He worked closely with the hired engineer company, department engineers, construction contractors, and culture administration to keep us up to date. That phase of the project went very well. It's completed. And then the final phase of the project was removal of the Fibrotex iron filtration system. The wells produce a lot of iron and had to be removed before it was put into the culture system. Part of that project was to be completed by a contractor. Unfortunately, the project bid was the low bid came in at $721,835. This was more than double the cost of what we had estimated of $343,000. So the project, we're trying to scramble to see which way we were going to go. And Brad was talking with Guy Campbell, and he's like, I think we can do this. I think we can do this in-house. So Brad took on that responsibility, and as you guys all saw during the visit in May, it was an impressive amount of work that he did and his crew did with his leadership to get done. And a remarkable thing to me when I stood in there and looked at that room and all the big parts that went together, and when he said the only leak that they had was on a pre-manufactured piece, I can tell you if I did that, there'd be a lot of caulk. But they did a remarkable job, and it was because of his leadership. And this was based on 1 year of service is what this nomination was. But I wanted to make sure that we mentioned that Brad has been a consistent and solid performer throughout his career. And with that, I am very pleased to present Brad with Fish Division Employee of the Year.
All right, Mr. President, members of the commission, I've got the last two here, and just for your information, as I mentioned this morning, Chief Gokalia is representing the department on the Shooting Complex Task Force today. And so I really wanted her to be able to present the Communications Division Employee of the Year award. And so she will be doing that in September at our September commission meeting. So I've got the last two. I've got the Outstanding Leadership Award and then also the Team of the Year Award. This Outstanding Leadership Award is not something that we necessarily recognize each and every year. It's really an award. It's designed for somebody who really goes above and beyond and demonstrates outstanding leadership that has an overall impact on the department. And so again, this doesn't always happen every year. But this year, I'm very proud to ask Mr. Jason Edwards to come up here and join me at the podium. So Jason, in effect, he's our Chief Technical Information Officer. He's the guy who has all the brains, everything all about everything IT, but he also is an outstanding leader. He leads that talented group of individuals. He's provided, there's a lot of IT related programs that directly affect our ability to do our mission, like all of our network and IT support for all of our department employees and the commission. The new website project that was a high priority for our commission for the last several years. We have document management. All of you have heard about this. It's a new program to try to make us more efficient and move away from a lot of paper. He is responsible for our data policy and security in today's world. All of you know that data security is ever increasing in importance and priority. And he's also responsible for ensuring the security of our very sensitive wildlife data that the department owns and possesses. He's all about both the technical side of things and the people side of things. His team respects and follows him. And he's also, he's responsible for that licensing system. I probably should have said that first, because in Wyoming, if you talk to folks that live around our state, being able to obtain a Wyoming hunting license is extremely important. Specifically on the website, this was a particularly challenging project. And at the time that we went through, there's a lot of transition and a lot of roadblocks that jumped up along the way. We had both internal staffing issues, we had contractor issues, we had folks that we entered into agreements with that didn't follow through. And through all these challenges and the complexity of trying to put together a new website that will house all of our information and still make it user-friendly to most of our constituents. We can never quite make it work for all of our constituents, but Jason was responsible and was really a leader for all of the folks from around the department that were integral in working on the new website. As far as I mentioned, this doc management thing, and this is another one of those complex. It was complex for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of technical reasons it's complex, but there's also the challenge of making change within the department. Folks are, they fall into their ways of doing things the way we've always done them, and transitioning away from paper and the standard process that many of us have used forever and ever and ever is challenging. And he was integral in leading that effort along with folks in our fiscal division. That's another thing with Jason that's so critical, is he has a true ability to work outside of his sphere and to work with other divisions across the department to try to make sure he's meeting their needs and that he understands their processes. And so he really has a need to be connected at the hip with the fiscal division because of licensing and this doc management. He's worked on all kinds of ways to make us more efficient in our procurement process for IT equipment. We have kind of a split work unit with the ETS, the statewide ETS department. And so we have ETS employees that actually work on our stuff and work in our building. And so Jason has to balance both folks that work directly for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and those that work for ETS. He's worked closely with those folks and worked on ways to make us more efficient. The data policy that we have is ever changing and ever complex. The threats, as I mentioned earlier, are every day there's a new threat. And you have all seen on the national news what happens when governmental agencies have some kind of a compromise or some attacker is successful. It's not a good thing. We house a lot of people's personal information, and he's successfully been able to implement policy and protections that have allowed us to be successful there. He remains involved day to day with those folks that do this work. And it's interesting because it's important for him to have a team and to work as a team, but they also have a lot of individual talents and skills and projects. And so he has to balance the two, and he just does it exceptionally well. When I ask Jason for advice that requires, a lot of thoughtfulness and research, he never falls short. And he's very concise, to the point, and matter of fact. And I really appreciate that about Jason. So there's nobody I can think of that's more deserving of this award. And thank you, Jason, for all that you do for our great department. All right, and as many of you will remember, we have the opportunity to recognize a team if we so choose each year. Typically, we receive quite a few nominations for teams of the year, and you know what, you can't recognize them all, and so it is an honor to be able to be recognized by this award and by the department for doing outstanding work that affects everybody in the department. So this award criteria does describe how the department utilizes its teams to find solutions to complex problems that employs the latest science in their decisions. That's one of the key criteria. And so this particular work unit certainly fits that mold well. I would like to ask the members of our science research and analytical support unit and the staff that are here to please come join me at the podium. So this team is led by Amber Hall. Most of you have had an opportunity to listen to Amber before, but the other members of the team are Jason Carlisle, Eric Newkirk, Lucas Olson, Garrett Catlin, Mark Nelson, Grant Frost, Lee Tafelmeyer, and Kelsey Hayes. Most of them, maybe all of them are here. It looks like they're all here. Almost all, yeah. So this particular team has quite a charge for our department. Again, listen to, science, research, and analytical support. And as all of you know, science is at the core of our mission, and we have a responsibility to be good stewards of a lot of resources. And a lot of times, in order to do that well, we've got to have the right information. And these folks have done phenomenal work to go out and do, to execute our mission to manage our state's wildlife and do it in a way that's efficient. I'm going to mention, there's a lot, I could talk a long time about what these folks have done. It's a very talented, specific skill set type of group of individuals. But just let me list a few things here that they've been absolutely instrumental in. So they routinely are asked to provide technical solutions to very complex problems that's important for the department. So as an example, seasonal range updates. So the SRE unit assesses the unique data availability for each herd or species, and then caters analyses according to the regional manager concerns and needs, and provides defensible methodologies for mapping these range updates. And as you may know, a lot of these mapping exercises culminate with a product that's used by a lot of different folks, not only within the department, to make really important policy decisions. Harvest survey is a huge part of the information that we use to, on an annual basis, bring to you recommendations for not only seasons, but also some of our habitat projects and how they get prioritized. These folks have evolved our harvest survey collection, and also how we analyze that data and then how we use it. They have worked with long-term contractors in a changeover from Tetra Tech to the Wyoming Survey and Analysis Center, WISAC, for harvest survey implementation. And in addition, they provided exceptional webinars for the department staff to understand and facilitate the interpretation of how the survey results may look different, and how folks were going to be able to use this information to execute their core mission. So one of the most important things for our state and for this commission has certainly been our efforts to address declines in mule deer. You all approved a significant investment, long-term investment, to do some pretty expensive work to try to help us better understand where some of our challenges are with mule deer. This unit secured the funding to do the siteability survey for each region every 5 years. So we're able to, at the end of this, we'll be able to have evaluated every herd unit with with a very aggressive, intense and accurate sampling technique that's cutting edge and new. This group has worked on developing an integrated population model, IPM. That's kind of one of the newer, kind of a newer approach. In the past, we've had integration or integrated population models, but these folks have worked on ways to make those more effective and more understandable to the folks that need the information. They've continued to work on the focal herd program. They've engaged with all of you and communicated with the commission in exceptional fashion. They've brought innovation to our department processes and how we think about data and science. Overall, that, you know, they are creating pronghorn line transect data analysis application that will save our field managers time and effort and make us better at what we do with pronghorn. They're creating a sage grouse application, and they're also exploring innovative new ways to estimate elk herds by working through a lot of the complex environmental factors that are involved there. So in short, very talented group of individuals that really represent our department extremely well. When I talk to the public, I know that many of you are the same. They really expect that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's going to have people of this caliber that are standing right here behind me. And I can say to a T, each one of them represent that expectation and meet that expectation and exceed it exceptionally well. So congratulations to all of you. You all will get one of these, but when you come up for your photo, I'm going to give it to Ember. So, Mr. President, I think with that, concludes the awards today. We will have, like I said, we'll actually have 2 to do in September for logistical reasons. We'll have the communications director, or I'm sorry, the communications division award, and then we'll also have the director's award that will be presented in September. I think that concludes the agenda before our break for lunch. One announcement before you do that. Again, pictures will be behind me, back by the sign on the wall with the logo on it. And if we could get folks to come in the order that you received your award today, we'll do that right. As soon as the president closes the meeting before the lunch break, we'll ask you to go back there so that we can get this done. It's usually a little bit challenging. Everybody wants to talk and congratulate each other, but if you could help me out, make us more efficient and help us manage our time by going back there as soon as the president wraps the gavel, that would really help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. What a presentation and what a group of people we have the privilege of working with. It's just totally amazing. We're going to break for lunch. We'll start back up a little short before 1 o'clock. Thank you. I'll call this meeting back to order. Dan, you're on.
Do I have to turn it on? President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, I'm just here to introduce Ken Mills, our large carnivore biologist that's going to present to you our proposed Chapter 47 regulations for wolf harvest. That's it.
Thank you. Well, Ken.
Yes. Good afternoon, President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. We'll get a presentation in a moment. I'll say though, as the presentation comes up, you'll see a photo from Mark Goki. We've used a lot of his stuff through the years, and so you'll continue to see some of his work, even though he's retired and moved on to new and different things. So I always appreciated his work. Brings a lot of beauty and interesting things to the presentations we get to show you guys, so. That's his photo, yep. So that's a wolf, yep, in front of the Tetons, so pretty amazing. So yeah, I'm here to present the proposed chapter 47 regulation to you today for 2024. It's pretty similar to previous years. We'll walk through just some background, some underlying information for where we're at in terms of the wolf population and management, and then the proposed regulations. So a reminder of our wolf management commitments. We have a population commitment to manage for at least 10 breeding pairs and at least 100 wolves, plus a numerical buffer outside of Yellowstone National Park. A breeding pair is an adult male and an adult female wolf that raise at least 2 pups of the year to the end of December. So it's a measure of recruitment that will come up in the future as we go through this presentation. And we're primarily aiming to manage for this population minimum within what we call the Wolf Trophy Game Management Area. And I'll show you that as well. We have a regulatory commitment to have, in essence, adequate regulatory mechanisms to ensure the population remains recovered and viable. And we also have a genetic component that where we've committed to document genetic interchange between the wolf subpopulations in the Northern Rocky Mountains. So we've continued to be able to do that. The cooperating states and the Fish and Wildlife Service have continued to work together to demonstrate that genetic connectivity is occurring. A reminder of our wolf management framework. So wolves are designated as trophy game animals within the northwest corner of Wyoming, where we have primarily suitable habitat. So within that green boundary, we have a seasonal wolf trophy game management area in the Snake River Range and Northern Wyoming Range, where wolves are seasonally trophy game and seasonally predatory animals. And then outside of those areas, wolves are designated as predatory animals in what is primarily unsuitable wolf habitat in the remainder of the state. So an update on 2023. So we have a wolf monitoring program. It's a robust program where you can collar a lot of wolves, track a lot of packs. We tracked 88 collared wolves in 24 different packs last year. We're currently tracking wolves in really all the 31 packs that overlap the Wolf Trophy Game Management Area this year. So a lot of robust data. The positive thing about working with wolves, about monitoring wolf populations, is they are territorial and social. So they live in a group and they live in a specific area. So if you put a collar on a wolf in a pack, you can track that pack's territory and count how many wolves are with it and determine breeding pair status, how many pups are born, those sorts of things. And so when we present population numbers, what we present to you are actually a census, not an estimate. So the numbers will show are the census, basically the sum of the number of wolves living in those packs plus individual wolves that are not pack members that we know of in that area. So it provides us a very robust way to monitor wolf numbers and then produce and propose hunting season regulations. So wolf population trend, again, all this data you're going to be looking at is for the Wolf Trophy Game Management Area. You can see purple are years that we've hunted, blues are years that we did not hunt. Wolves were listed under the Endangered Species Act. So you can see the minimum commitment of 100 wolves. We've always been above that. And then the population objective we've been setting at 160 wolves, primarily hovering around that population objective post delisting in 2017. This year, the numbers went up a little bit. We had 192 wolves at the end of the calendar year and 17 breeding pairs. So after 5 years of being within 10% of the objective, we were a little high, mostly due to high recruitment. So you'll see a number of graphs. This graph shows the number of wolves along the horizontal axis and population growth along the vertical axis. So you can see the more wolves you have the less likely you are to have population growth. And so I'll pull up a line. One is stability. So same number of wolves at the start of the year and the end of the year would be 1. And you can see that once you reach right around 200 wolves, your population is more likely to go down than up. So that's what we would call the approximate carrying capacity. That will show up in a little bit. I also want to show you the blue dots there are years we've hunted. And so if in a perfect world, if hunting wolves around a population objective of 160, that red line that I just bisected through the blue dots should cross right around 160. If it's above, we want to reduce it. If it's below, we want to grow it. It actually crosses right at 167, so that's pretty close. We're kind of working the population to keep it stable around that objective of 160. So this is the number of wolf packs and breeding pairs. Again, purple are years we've hunted. I'll pull up. Breeding pairs are in yellow. So the minimum commitment, 10 breeding pairs. I'll show you a graph in a little bit that shows how we can set an objective for breeding pairs based on number of wolves. But you can see while we've hunted wolves 2017 to 2023, breeding pairs have always been above the minimum, slightly below on average the objective. Largely, populations, 2 factors, recruitment drive increases or decreases. So that's the production of pups and the survival of pups, mortality as well. And so we'll look at mortality in a moment. But if you look at this graph, number of wolves across the horizontal axis, % of packs that qualified as a breeding pair. Along the vertical axis, you can see the more wolves you have in a population, the lower proportion of packs are going to qualify as a breeding pair. So that's density dependence. The more wolves, the fewer pups are born and the fewer pups are surviving. That has direct implications to what the population is doing and how we would hunt that population. We'll walk through that. So you can also see here that years we hunted wolves, the blue dots, it is a different relationship than if they aren't hunted. And so breeding pairs tend to be fewer during years we've hunted wolves. But as a reminder, probably the majority of that is a breeding individual might be killed during the hunt and then is unavailable to qualify as a breeding pair. So if the breeding male is killed in December, at the end of December, they haven't recruited a new breeding male, which we track pretty closely. That group would not be a breeding pair, even if they had the breeding female and the pups. So I think that's what we largely see there, but it does change the relationship. And that's why when we're setting wolf hunting seasons, we're using newer, just the years that we've hunted data, that newer data, not all the historical data. So how can we set a population objective for breeding pairs? Well, the positive for us, because it's unusual to have an objective for numbers of wolves, but also whether they're reproducing and there's an adult male and adult female, pups surviving. The positive is there's a high correlation between the number of wolves, which you can see on the horizontal axis, and the number of breeding pairs in the wolf trophy game management area at the end of the calendar year. So you can see the years we've hunted, the square there is 2023. Pretty consistent through time. I'll note that the R squared on the bottom means that 91% of the variation in breeding pairs is directly correlated to the number of wolves in the population. So high ability to predict using this relationship. So that's positive. So we can set a population objective for number of wolves and have a high probability of knowing how many breeding pairs we'll have in the population as well. So wolf mortality was down last year. That was part of why the population increased. The other part was recruitment was higher than expected. Depredation control, you'll see another graph in just a moment. We had less depredation, livestock depredation in 2023 than we've had since 2010. And in response, we killed fewer wolves than have been killed since 2002, actually. So really quiet year on the depredation front. And that lower mortality and that higher recruitment combined is why we had wolf numbers that were higher than anticipated. So here's another interesting one. So disease outbreaks are largely driven by population density as well. And so this is a little complicated, but I'll pull this up and we'll walk through it real quick. So you can see year on the horizontal axis. You can see on the right vertical axis, number of wolves at the start of the year. And then you can see on the left, the number of wolves we captured that were positive for canine distemper virus. A little background, canine distemper virus was the virus responsible for causing population crashes in Yellowstone in wolves. And so it would climb, crash. And the last time it crashed, it didn't climb again because prey densities were low. They wouldn't support more wolves. So what we saw was anytime through time, the number of wolves, that orange line drops below around 200 wolves, that carrying capacity, we see canine distemper virus decline. And when wolves were relisted in 2014, we saw the population increase above carrying capacity. And you can see the number of wolves positive for canine distemper increased from about 5% to 70% over the course of 4 years. Very, very rapid increase in canine distemper. In fact, we documented mortality from canine distemper in 2017. And I would argue that had we not reduced the population back below carrying capacity, we could have seen a larger outbreak, a larger die-off like we saw in Yellowstone. But we managed the population down toward that 160 wolf objective, and you can see the population has less canine distemper exposure in it. So the likelihood of if we're managing the wolf population around the objective we're managing for now of having a canine distemper outbreak that causes a population level effect is extremely low. And so we get comments about that. It's like disease. What if there's a disease outbreak and you're already managing low, quote unquote, what will you do then? Because it might go below. It's like, well, because we're managing at what we feel is a responsible objective, the opportunity or probability of having a distemper outbreak or a disease outbreak is really low. And so that factor's mitigated by the management we're bringing about. Just hit it twice on X. There we go.
Ken, what was the asterisk on 2014?
In 2014, because wolves were relisted that year, we did not have a full capture operation. I think we caught 5 wolves. So we don't have the data to fill that one out. Does that make sense? Yep. So we just skipped it. It's probably somewhere in that range because for it to go high out of nowhere or go low out of nowhere is unlikely. So in here we have wolf livestock conflict. The blue line is number of wolves in the population. I put that there just for reference. The number of purple is the number of cattle killed, confirmed as killed by wolves in the wolf trophy game management area. And red is the number of wolves killed in response. And so you can see a lot of stability through the early years, and then wolves were relisted in 2014. The population increased, and with that increasing population, the number of cattle depredations increased to record levels, and the number of wolves killed by the Fish and Wildlife Service while they were listed as endangered increased as well. Wolves were again delisted in 2017. We brought the population toward the objective. You can see that immediate decline in number of cattle killed, and then a long-term slower decline in number of cattle killed. So we're continuing to see benefits there. I do expect us to see that go up a little bit this year because wolf numbers are up. I also expect to see number of wolves killed to increase, and we're already seeing that because we have more wolves in the population and they're close to carrying capacity. So when they're close to carrying capacity, natural food resources are more limited for them, so they're more likely to turn to livestock. So that's what I think explains what we saw in 2014 to 2016. So we'll probably see a little uptick in that this following year, but that part of that is the process of bringing number of wolves down. So you can see we had fewer wolves killed in 2023 than we've had since, like I said, 2002 in response. So demonstrates that what we're doing is working. on mitigating conflicts and also mitigating the efforts we as an agency have to go through to kill wolves that are killing livestock, which are both very positive. So we'll talk about hunting seasons now. This is a summary of the 2023 wolf hunting season. We closed 5 areas before the end of the season when the mortality limit was met, and the remainder stayed open. There were 28 wolves taken that applied to the mortality limit out of the 40 wolf mortality limit that we had set last year, that you guys had set last year. Fewer wolves by a few than have been taken in previous years. Partly I believe that was due to the mild hunting season. Elk harvest was a little more difficult in Northwest Wyoming with the lack of snow, which I think also means wolf harvest is a little more difficult. Hunting licenses have been really stable since 2013, between 2,000 and 2,500 sold. This is a comparison of the wolf mortality limit that has been set in blue and the number of wolves taken. Again, it's been pretty consistent, a small decline last year. And this is wolf hunter effort and success. So year, again, on the bottom of the screen, running horizontally. Hunter success are the blue bars to the right, really stable between 2.5% and 3%. The number of hunter days per harvest is the yellow line. You can see that was consistently increasing from 2017 to 2021. But we've had a reduction recently, which is really positive. I mean, if we continue to have increasing effort required for successful harvest, then the likelihood that we'll be able to manage the population through fair chase hunting like we have been declines. But to see it come down the last couple of years is a positive. It means that hunters are still being successful at rates they were before, and the number of the effort they're having to invest is not significantly rising. So very positive. This is wolf harvest distribution through time. And so you'll see a lot of wolves in October in the early years. And then we had September 15th seasons for most of those years. And then we've had a few September 1st seasons. But a couple of long-term trends I just want to point to. You can see that harvest has been declining in September and October in general. So the kind of opportunistic harvest for folks that are out there specifically hunting elk or mule deer seems to be declining. But we see an increase in the number of wolves being taken in November and December. I think that's indicative of wolf hunters specifically going for wolves, but also indicative of hunting season staying open later compared to previous years. So that's a trend we're watching that has some potential impacts on how we set wolf hunting seasons and what seasons are best. Age class is something we also watch because we're dependent on breeding pairs. We don't want to have high harvest on juveniles. And so you can see juvenile harvest tends to decline through time. This is why we've set the starting date in September. September 15th specifically is to try and reduce some of the juvenile harvest and push that harvest towards the older age classes. Why do we end seasons at the end of December? Primarily because wolf breeding seasons are in February. We are dependent again on breeding pairs. And so we've proposed the end of December to give time before breeding seasons for packs to kind of replace breeders and have successful reproduction so we can meet those breeding pair minimums. And data from Idaho actually indicates that breeders are much more vulnerable to harvest as you approach the breeding season. So we could handicap ourselves if we hunted too far into the new year on the breeding pair side of things, if we had significant harvest of breeding individuals. So with that, are there any questions on that before I move on?
Mr. President, I have a question. Ken, I don't understand for 2023, our quota was 40, but we only harvested 28 wolves and then the seasons were closed. Did the seasons time out or is that why that we didn't
Yes.
Harvest more.
Yeah, President Lagwig, Commissioner Brokaw. Yeah, the season's timeout, so they close the end of December 31st.
Okay,
Yeah,
I missed that on that first. Thanks for the
that's okay.
review.
You're welcome. Anything else, members of the commission? Okay. So let's walk through the proposed 2024 wolf hunting season. So these proposed seasons are based on the best available data. This is the demographic data on population growth that I showed you, recruitment and mortality. These things align with population theory, in particular, how wolf populations and other populations operate in regards to density dependence and carrying capacity. We start the year with a population of 191 wolves. That's the end of year 2023 population. That was 192 wolves minus 1 wolf that was already taken in the hunt in hunt area 13 in 2024. That hunt goes until the end of March. So we just pull that one off because it's not available. It's the simplest way to kind of process, because we don't want to say we're going to hunt a wolf that has already been taken. So seems like splitting hairs, but I think it sets a foundation for how we could operate in the future if we do push seasons into the new year. So we have a proposed revision on harvest reporting. Essentially what the changed language allows for is a member of the public who takes a wolf has been required to call the harvest hotline to report the taking of a wolf within 24 hours and then register the wolf. What we're seeing at this point is hunters bringing wolves in within the 24 hours to register them, and they haven't made the phone call yet. And we have had to then at that point say, hey, you got to make the phone call. They're like, well, we're standing here. Why do we have to also call? It's like, well, because that's what the reg says. So we're trying to provide some flexibility for licensees to both, when they register a wolf, if it's within 24 hours, they'll meet that requirement of the call-in. And then we will transfer that information to the mortality, those who track mortality for the mortality limit. So it's really just a streamlining. I believe we will have our Check Station app, which automatically updates some of these things, in place by this hunting season, which will make that even more streamlined. So that's the reasoning for this change of language. And then we'll talk through the numbers. So to calculate the wolf mortality limit, we need 3 primary things. We need 3 pieces of information. We need to set a population objective. We need to, there's a little delay, predict the impact of human-caused mortality in the population. And we also need to predict the non-hunting human-caused mortality rate. So how many wolves are going to die from non-hunting human causes? Because those wolves will be unavailable hunters already. So again, this is a graph I showed you earlier. We use this graph to set the population objective. The number of wolves in the population is really not our limiting factor. So we'll always need more than 100 wolves to meet our 10 breeding pair minimum commitment. So on average, it takes about 115 wolves to have 10 breeding pairs in the population, but there's not a lot of confidence. If we managed close to that number, we would have 10 breeding pairs. So what we've done is looked at the variation in the relationship. And if you look at the red line is the 95% confidence level. And if I bring this last number, what this is saying is if we have 147 wolves in the population, we can be 95% confident we'll have at least 10 breeding pairs. I showed you before, some of those years we've had 11. And so to really be sure we're going to meet that 10 breeding pair commitment, we've continued to propose a 160 wolf population objective, which should correlate to between 13 and 14 breeding pairs. It gives us a 95% probability of having at least 11 breeding pairs. So we should, 1 out of 20 years, have at least 11, which pushes us close to 20 out of 20 years have at least 10. So very, very small probability that we would fall to 10 or below. 1 out of 20 years, we might fall below 11. So high probability, that's what we've continued to propose. And it's worked as far as the data I've shown you before. There's a lot of positives, and it's a good spot to have the population at. So predicting the impact of human-caused mortality, this graph, number of wolves on the horizontal axis, percent mortality it would have taken to stabilize that population on the vertical axis. And so you can see as we have more wolves, it takes less mortality to stabilize it where it's at. That's because recruitment goes down as wolf numbers go up. So the number of pups born and surviving declines proportionally, and the number of other wolves that are going to die from non-hunting causes increases. I'll show you a graph on that in a moment. And so it's a good relationship. If we solve that equation for 191 wolves, it gives us 23.5%. So I'll feed these into the calculation in a moment. So the third step we have to take is predicting the non-hunting human-caused mortality. Again, a pretty consistent relationship through time, number of wolves on the horizontal axis, percent non-hunting human-caused mortality on the vertical axis. As wolf numbers go up, more wolves or a higher proportion of wolves die from non-hunting causes. These are livestock, lethal control. These are defense of private property. These are wolves getting hit on highways. And so you see that predictable relationship there. If we solve again for 191 wolves, we get 20.9%. That's what we would expect of the starting population to die from non-hunting human causes. So one last step. So this is both of these graphs I just showed you overlaid. So we have percent mortality to stabilize in blue, and we have the percent non-hunting human caused mortality in yellow. And you can see as the population increases, again, it takes less mortality to stabilize the population because we're having fewer pups born, fewer pups surviving. And the other factor in that is because we have more human-caused mortality, which is the yellow line. So as one goes down, the other's going up. And so as we have an increasing population, it takes less mortality, and a larger piece of that mortality is taken up by non-hunting human causes. So when we walk through the calculation and you see that we're actually proposing to reduce the mortality limit compared to when we had around 160 wolves last year, this is why. The one is offsetting the other, and non-hunting causes takes a larger chunk out of hunting. Again, it's a good reason why 160 wolves is a good place to be, because we can transfer mortality to the public through hunting if we're down there. If we're higher, more of the mortality falls on the agencies, which means dead wolves, but no real uses for them, whereas a hunting population uses that wolf. So again, we'll walk through the calculation, 191 wolves to start the year. Our data says that if 23.5% of those 190 wolves die, we should stabilize the population at 191 wolves. So that 23.5% of 191 is 45. We're proposing to reduce the population by 31 wolves to get it down toward 160. So we add those together. What we're saying is if 76 wolves die from human causes, we should end the year around 160 wolves, that population objective. What we have not done is take out the wolves that are expected to die from non-hunting human causes. So those 40 wolves we expect to die without hunting, and that's 20.9% of the 191, which is 40. So we take those 40 out, and what we end up with is a proposed mortality limit of 36 wolves in the trophy game area. If we add the seasonal trophy game area and the 2 wolf mortality limit, we generally apply there, that's a total mortality limit of 38. It's a reduction of 2 from last year. We are proposing the same hunt areas as we did last year, except we're proposing to combine hunt area 10, which is this one right here, with 8, 9, and 11 to run those as a unit. And partly that's because we rarely fill the mortality limit in 8, 9, and 11 or 10. But there's a couple years in the past 5 years where hunt area 10 is filled, but 8, 9, and 11 haven't. And that would open up mortality to be applied to 10. We've had a couple or one time in the last 5 years that 8, 9, and 11 have closed, but 10 was wide open. No wolves were taken. And we could have kept this season open had we run them in combined. So that's why we're trying to combine them. We're trying to run our hunting seasons more efficiently and to give broader opportunity and not, I'm just going to say, strand mortality limit in a small hunt area like 10 that could be applied to 8, 9, and 11. So this is once we take wolf numbers into account in all the hunt areas and we distribute the mortality limit across those hunt areas, this is our proposed mortality limit. You can see the 2023 mortality limit and also harvest in parentheses. And so again, the only change really is an adjustment of 2 fewer wolves based on where wolves were. There's a slight reduction in Cody and let's see, I think there was a slight reduction in hunt area 5, but an increase in the Jackson and Pinedale regions. So proposing the same season dates as well, September 15th for most openers, December 31st for most closures, except for the seasonal area, which is October 15th to the end of December, and Whiskey Mountain, hunt area 13, which is a September 15th opener and a March 31 closure. So a review of the public commenting period. We had 8 meetings, 28 attendees across those meetings. We received 328 comments, actually from 45 states. When there are international news events that involve wolves in Wyoming, our comments increase. Last year we had 12 comments. So it was a drastic increase. Suddenly, everything was quiet, stable, and suddenly we're back on the radar. So a very broad number of comments from a broad number of places. Here's a rundown. A lot of comments about protecting wolves, no or modified predatory animal status. You guys have seen these comments, but very broad topics for comments. When you zoom in to comments specific to Chapter 47, we had 34 comments from 22 residents, 12 non-residents. 12 were supportive as proposed, and the remainder wanted reduced mortality limits, longer seasons, keep seasons open until the mort limit is met, raise the mortality limit, shorten hunting season. So you can kind of see we get comments from both sides from every direction. And so when you look in, about 35% of those comments were supportive of the regulation as proposed, and 65% were asking for revisions. So we believe the 2024 wolf hunting seasons are consistent with the Commission's wolf management plan. And they use the best available science, the population theory, the rigorous data, and an adaptive management approach intended to produce a stable population and an appropriate population objective. So because of these things, the department recommends the Commission adopt Chapter 47 as proposed. And so that's the end of the presentation, except sometimes we get some cool information from the field. And this is the Water Dog Lakes pack. Got some camera footage just this spring of the pack. This is partly how we count wolves, right? And so wanted to share that with you guys. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Mr. President. Right.
Go ahead.
I got a question. When it comes to the different zones, how dynamic are we with that? Or did we is it legislative put the zones in? How did we come about the zones? And do we have the ability to be more dynamic and move the different zones to different locations or areas that, or is it just set in stone? This is going to be the longitude and the latitude of everything we had, or or, because it seems to me that we would have, after so many years of doing this, we should be able to be more adaptive to make it more efficient, I should say, and unless it's legislature and I can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, President Lywick, Commissioner Roberts. So the zones are set in regulation in Chapter 47. So there's flexibility there. We have altered those zones from the hunt areas from previous setups as we've learned. So actually, we revamped all of the Cody region hunt areas probably 3-4 years ago. So there's flexibility there. The zones are small enough that by keeping them as they are and just combining them or dropping one out gives us a lot of that flexibility. So that's the way we've approached it. I'll say the one caveat is in 2008, there were 4 zones identified in Northwest Wyoming in the management plan. When we went through the delisting process, the Fish and Wildlife Service, part of the agreement would be that we would identify more hunt areas so we could be more specific. So that's why we have so many to begin with. But as time has gone on, we've combined those because it's not efficient to run with small zones and leave mortality limit, again, stranded in certain areas. So that's why we've kind of done what you're saying, but not by reducing number of areas, but just by running them in combination. And that gives us the flexibility to put them in or take them out without changing the entire regulation in terms of identifying boundaries. So lots of flexibility there through
Cause I
this
just always wondered,
regulation.
you take the predator zone, and then you take the hunting zone,
Mhm.
whether or not.
You're talking those zones.
Yes.
Those zones are set in statute. Yes, and they're the foundation of delisting there. We're through the 5-year post-delisting monitoring period. So could the legislature change the zones? I believe they could. But that's a statutory designation, yes. Sorry for the confusion there.
No, exactly. You answered my question, but I just wondering if it was maybe something the legislature to look at to, because I just think after so many years, maybe things have changed to the point of this is a predator zone, this is where you can hunt zone. Maybe that legislature needs to look a little bit to create new boundaries, I should say, if we needed them for different. And I don't know if that was, maybe they're working absolutely great right the way they are now, or can you see some sort of a need that maybe we could tweak it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, there could be discussions about what that looks like and what's working and what's not. Does that make sense? I don't know that I have recommendations or that I'm the one that should be giving those, but that information is available based on a lot of years of experience now, if there was a discussion.
And Mr. President, I can address that quickly too. So the other thing that's interesting or that was used as information to when the legislature initially established the trophy game area, those areas with high potential for conflict were put into the area where wolves would be defined as predatory animals. So, potentially to your question, if there were changes to that in certain areas where there was good habitat, it was roadless there, and for whatever reason, conflict potential had gone down, let's just say grazing allotments changed or were vacated or something, I suppose that would be a time when there could be a potential to look at that. I'm not aware of any place where that's happened. And I do think that, the legislature would, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but they would look at this most likely based on a recommendation from the department first.
To me, it just seems logical that after so many years that maybe the boundaries be shifted a little bit to meet more wildlife management oriented. Because I'm sure when they put them in, nobody knew. So everybody just said, okay, this boundary here, this boundary here, this boundary here. And I'm sure everybody gave as much thought as they could, but I'm just wondering if maybe they're shifted after this year.
Yeah, Mr. President, I see what Ken's getting at on the email that we're getting is a lot of requests to expand the trophy management area. And it sounds like that's legislative. That's a good thing. I think your science is irrefutable. That may be the best presentation I've ever seen. And so all those comments about you're not following the science and we can support 200, 300 wolves in the park, you know, it's just, can I give them your email from now on? Just like, you need to see this presentation because that's excellent.
Mr.
Any other
President,
que- Go ahead.
you thought I wasn't gonna have a question. Per pack, how many breeding pairs? I mean, what's the variation in number of breeding pairs per pack?
Per pack. Yes, so President Lagwig, Commissioner Masterson. So a pack is generally a family unit, if you want to call it that, one
okay.
breeding
All right.
pair, two breeding members and their offspring from the current and previous years. So that's the cooperative nature. There are occasions, and in fact, this last year was the first year we've documented multiple breeding females in one pack. We documented 3 different packs that had multiple breeding females. And we haven't documented that since, I want to say 2017. It's pretty common in Yellowstone, but outside of Yellowstone, it's generally just one breeding pair, one male, one female.
And second one, Mr. President, if I may. Hypothetically, if someone were to shoot a wolf without a license, or shoot a wolf without a license, never tell anyone. Is there any way to account for that? Is there a little margin of error you build into your model for such a situation?
Yeah, Commissioner Masterson, it's something that's difficult to estimate, but what I guess the best answer in my mind is when we look at the trends that I showed you, the graphs, the trends, we see a strong relationship. So if that's happening often, it's at least happening relatively consistently. So it's in essence built into the model. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that way, I have a lot of confidence in the numbers we're giving, even though we don't know everything. We get very few years that we can't explain what's going on with the data we have. And that tells us that not a lot is going on in the data that we don't have. Does that make sense? Okay.
Perfect sense.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
While you're still up there, I'd like to welcome Senator Barlow to our meeting. Thank you for coming, sir. Is there any public comment on the presentation? Seeing none? Anything? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Next up is Ms. Holt. We got to vote on this season, don't we?
Yeah, Mr. President, I would,
Any further questions?
I don't think we,
Not a question, no.
I was gonna make a motion, Mr. President, that we approve the revised chapter 47 gray wolf hunting seasons.
I would second.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve chapter 47. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. President.
Business taken care of. Yes, sir.
1 second, if I have the privilege, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Doobie here today, and I just want to tell everybody that in my opinion, Commissioner Doobie, he's the epitome of what a commissioner in this state was all about. I've looked up to his leadership, and I'm just glad to see him sitting out in the chair out there. Thanks. Thank you for your service, and thank you for all you taught me as the commissioner. Thanks.
Here, here.
Here, here. You bet.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
if I may, before the next subject, I would like those two gentlemen's take on what's going on with the wolves outside of your areas of expertise.
If they're outside of my areas of expertise, do I have any comments? So what are you specifically asking?
Well, what I'd like to know is,
The predator area.
do you do any kind of tracking or anything or estimation, anything at all on the wolves around the rest of the state?
Yeah, so President Ladwick, Commissioner Jolovich, yes, we do. So statutorily, anyone who killed a wolf in Wyoming designated as a predatory animal must report it within 10 days. So we're always tracking mortality, and that tells us where wolves are throughout the state, especially wolves that establish. Wolves that are moving through the predatory animal area that haven't established a territory are not as vulnerable to take. And so we get a few of those random ones, but we also get some of those specific ones from around as wolves are killed and reported. On top of that, we do track sightings, and in particular sightings and information from department and other agency employees. And so we do track to the best of our ability. We know we're not getting everything. But we do track that, and those data are reported in the annual report. So that's available to the public in terms of mortality, where wolves are, and any sort of numbers that we know of or breeding pairs. And we do have a few collared packs that are in areas where they're designated as predatory animals as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Wolves. Dan Thompson, grizzly bear update.
President Ladwick, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. Really appreciate you putting me after that talk. That's not very fair, I don't think. So good afternoon. This was kind of a not last minute, but a later addition. This is not something we've done in the past, but I think we've had enough things that have occurred, especially in the past couple of years, to give an update on the grizzly bear population. And so this is kind of a new thing as far as this specific component. And so I think it's relevant as far as giving a little bit of context and history. And here to talk about IPM, which I will define, Commissioner Masterson. But talk about the IPM, which is the current methodology we're using to evaluate the population of grizzly bears, which is new. And then we're going to talk about some of the numbers from last year. And then again, a lot of things have changed, or a lot of things have occurred since we last officially discussed grizzly bears in the January commission meeting where you approved the Tri-State Memorandum of Agreement. Again, today I'll be focusing more on our monitoring. So a lot of times we tend to talk a lot about our conflict management and our outreach and education, which I will talk about that. But today we're going to be focused more on that monitoring. I think it's worth giving a little historical background. Now, this is more focused on Yellowstone National Park because essentially those were the bears that we ended up coming into us through time over the last century or so. And I think it's relevant to give some context. You know, we're talking about the late 1800s, bears are already gathering to feed on garbage. Early 1900s, they prohibited the notion of hand feeding bears. These things that you've heard us talk about and harp about, all these things that we try to reduce from food conditioned bears, these were things that were being promoted in the park. There is a delay there. Did I go that way? Yeah. Again, our first human caused fatality in 1916, they started quantifying conflicts. The numbers averaging 48 bear inflicted injuries annually. Well, all those are black bears, but still, I mean, those are numbers that are obviously intolerable. And again, we're dealing with over 200 annual grizzly bear conflicts verified. Primarily, those are now through cattle depredation. Those are something that they realized was not sustainable. I got to go that way. And yes.
Sorry to interrupt. But I was curious, the average figure that you had up there before you went any further, is there a correlation between the numbers and the number of visitors, or were the conflicts consistent?
Well, it's more because
or couldn't you tell?
Conditioned bears, you know, promoting that type of behavior between people and bears is a direct relationship as to why there's more.
The promotion of that
And I'm not trying to say, I mean, these are the sins of our past and things like that, but it's some context to realize we're dealing with less than 5 human injuries in the GYE annually, usually now, with a very robust population. So realizing that and the seminal research by the Craighead brothers, it wasn't sustainable, just as you were bringing up. And so there had to be some changes that occurred. And one of those was getting rid of allowing these bears to feed on garbage and promoting the notion of viewing this. They also realized doing that was going to result in a lot of bears dying. And so because of this new bear management program, it essentially created in the mid-70s the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team, which is a new notion. Multiple agencies involved on the same team, maybe with different philosophies or visions, but all with the same goal of getting rid of these types of bears, these negative behaviors of bears, reducing human injuries and property damage, and removing the number. Of course, that was from the park and management actions because that's where bears were left at that. But when this was done and bears received protected status in the mid-70s because of the Endangered Species Act, the population really went down after they had to remove these bears that were human safety threats. There was a lot of consternation with that, and that's when we, feel in the early 80s, we were down to less than 150 bears in that population. And so again, you've seen us come up here and talk to you a lot about this story. It's a long story. It's multiple decades, going on 50 years of a story, but it's a very compelling story, and it's a story of a lot of cooperation amongst multiple entities, multiple agencies, members of the public, a great deal of public sacrifice by people who've had to learn to live with bears as bears have expanded beyond what was first said was their recovery area. They're well beyond that. Suitable habitat, they're beyond that. There's a lot of success and, of course, at times frustrations. We're still in limbo as far as having on paper a threatened population when we know that they're a fully recovered population. But it's a story worth telling. You've seen this before. Our job for all wildlife populations is to maintain viable wildlife populations and suitable habitats across the state. We've heard the term science used a lot today, which I appreciate. We serve as members of the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team. And again, we do these things that you've heard us, we update you every year on all the work we do proactively and from outreach and education. I will brush on that a little bit later today, but today, again, I want to focus on that first box and kind of the how and why we monitor the population. Again, it's very holistic. This is a term from the Lakota. All my relations is what it translates to, and looking at the interactive nature of everything on the planet. Same as when we talk about this. That's why we talk about conflict management in the same sentence as we talk about how we monitor the population, because a bear is a bear, right? And so we try to understand everything going on with that population, realizing what we can do to reduce conflict potential and increase awareness through our BearWise program. It's very much a team approach throughout our agency and through the publics we work with. I thought this was something interesting to throw together. These are not final proof numbers, but if you go and look at how many bears, since we've been keeping track in the GYE, we're talking over 2,500 grizzly bear captures. That includes recaptures. In those early years, a lot of those bears were being recaptured. But again, I think if you start looking since 1990, because the data was a little more sparse in the 70s and 80s, as you would expect. Again, the majority of bear captures are occurring in Wyoming. We do have more bears, so we would expect that. I think what's interesting is if you look at the comparison between conflict, those are bears that need to be caught for a reason, versus the amount of bears we're capturing for monitoring. We go in and it's more strategic and surgical. We'll go in to get a few bears captured to monitor that population. And so there's a growing member of the public that has this negative connotation as to going and capturing wildlife, handling wildlife. We're not doing it for fun. The ones with conflict, we have to, because it's potentially mitigating conflict or human safety threat. The ones that we're capturing for monitoring reasons is so I can come up here and talk to you about how we learn about the population. And so again, we've done a lot of things through time. We still have to use the old school methods with the new school methods, but we're always trying to find ways to increase our efficiency, cut back on things that are potentially safety from our crew standpoint, prioritize some of our areas where we should focus our efforts. And again, we shifted away from this preservation toward recovery and moved beyond recovery to management and conservation of the species. And I've already alluded to this, but there is an importance to this monitoring, and there are intangibles, that things that can't be quantified. And when you have an animal, a living, breathing grizzly bear in hand, there's a connection that occurs that can't be replicated watching bears or taking pictures of these animals. I mean, there's a connection that occurs that gains respect for that animal. There's things that you see on an animal in hand, scars, missing ears, things of a life lived that provide that context from a human standpoint that you don't see otherwise. And it tells an overall story of that overall population. Every bear we capture goes through a very intricate processing component. And the number one thing is that animal is under our responsibility. And once that animal is mobilized, the drugs we use are extremely safe, but we do have to make sure it's basically like a doctor-patient relationship. That animal is in our care, so it's very ethically treated. You can't see you can see there's a little cord coming out. We keep TPRs, we call them, temperature, pulse, and respiration, the whole time to make sure the body temperature is good, the heart rate, the respiration is good of that animal the entire time they're under our care. While we're doing that, we're taking hair samples. We can look at diet of that animal. We can get DNA from the hair. We're taking blood samples to look at disease and DNA as well. We mark every bear with multiple different methods so we can track that animal through time. We actually conduct a body fat analysis of those bears so we can say what the actual quantified body fat of these animals, and we can look at that now over multiple decades to ensure that the population is still doing well. What else are we taking? We're taking measurements on each animal. We can use those measurements also. We do a lot of that with our conflict work, where we're measuring tracks to make sure we have a target individual. These are for monitoring purposes. But again, with that animal in 1 hour, you get so much information that provides you the larger story of that entire population. Again, in any given year, we're tracking 70 to 90 grizzly bears in the GYE population, which allows us to be able to tell these stories. This bear in the top left, in fact, Zach Turnbull's here. He caught this bear in the upper green several years ago, a 34-year-old grizzly bear, the oldest known to date. But because that animal was tattooed in the 80s, we could go back and determine that was captured early on in the Black Rock area to the first assessment of depredation on cattle. Allows us to tell that story through time of this bear 302 that was caught in the backcountry, killed by another grizzly bear. These are the things that insight provides that you can't capture elsewhere. And it's not limited to the collaring. We do a lot of other work as well. We conduct observation flights of these bears through the course of the summer. The driver, and I'll talk more about this, is our females with cubs of the year. That is a driver of the population estimate. That is because that is the most recognizable and discernible segment of the population. Cubs of the year, as they become yearlings and older, it's harder to differentiate. But we can use all these things. I guess this is the closest we get to packs when you talk of grizzly bears. We don't have the ability like Ken does to give you a census of grizzly bears, but these are bears on moth aggregation sites. That's the only really congregations we have of grizzly bears. They are solitary by nature unless they're with family or breeding. And so again, yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Did you say where was that on the bottom left taken? And do you have any idea of scale?
So that is one of our moth aggregation sites, insect aggregation.
A moth, what?
So I'll have to back up a little bit. We have Army cutworm moths that migrate from the Midwest. And they come and feed on the nectar of alpine flowers in these backcountry settings in talus slopes, like above tree line. So this is wilderness areas in the Absaroka Mountains primarily. So grizzly bears have determined, so these bear, the moths feed on that nectar and then they go in the rocks because the rocks contain heat for those moths. Well, grizzly bears have learned through time, it's an amazingly abundant source of protein. So we have 200, 220 bears annually that key in on these. And so those little dots are from the air and aerial flight over. Those are each individual grizzly bears. And so we'll fly over those areas and other areas of the ecosystem. And that also goes into our model of the population. It's a very unique phenomenon that we have with grizzly bears. And we're learning more about it as through time.
Can you give me any idea of scale? I appreciate and I can see what you've
So
got
that's-
circled, but how far apart are those?
Oh, the bears
Yeah.
themselves.
Just,
Sometimes 100 yards, sometimes I've seen them as close as 20 or 30 yards. But there is a social hierarchy, even if you've seen like the bears on those salmon streams, there's social hierarchies there. We can see it, we see it on those as well. They don't climb together unless it's a female with cubs. Yeah. And so, all of this, it seems tedious, but it's important because again, this is an iconic population that we're very proud to be part of their recovery and conservation. And all that information that I just talked about, and that's just a part of it, but all of this feeds into how we stand in front of you and give you an estimate of the population, which I will do here shortly. And so some of this information is going to seem very black box-ish, but it's really not. It's really rooted in fundamentals of ecology and biology we all learned at a younger age. And so if we talk about grizzly bears, we start with cubs. Some cubs of the year survive to be yearlings. To go quicker. Those yearlings survive to be subadults. So these are bears that are independent from their mother, but not yet part of the breeding population. They usually don't breed till they're around 5 years of age, and then they survive to adulthood. Of course, we have very high survival of male and female adult grizzly bears. Those feed into each other, and then we look at the cubs born, which is the proportion of pregnant females times litter size. So it's fairly intuitive. There is a fixation in the media and some members of the public on how bears die. We're seeking to learn how bears live and tell that story. And so you heard this referenced earlier with the team of the year dealing with IPMs. We're currently using an integrated population model, Commissioner Masterson, that's what that stands for. That is how he asked earlier. I wasn't making fun of him, sorry. Again, it's a model that jointly analyzes data, so it's self-rectifying, and I'll talk about that. It's a probabilistic way of analyzing the population, and so basically previous information feeds into how we know what's going on currently and into the future. The key attributes of these, and it's a valuable tool when you don't have a lot of data, and that's not the issue when it comes to the GYE grizzly bear population. But it is beneficial if you have unobserved parameters or missing data, missing years. We don't really have that issue as much with grizzly bears, but one nice thing is that we can add new information. And again, it incorporates uncertainty. Uncertainty is always going to be the case. We're not talking like with wolves where we have a minimum census. There is some uncertainty built into this because it's a model. Again, it's not a silver bullet. It is still a model. It requires quality data, which we do have. If you have poorer data or less data, then it's not going to be greater uncertainty and less precision and accuracy. The big thing, and I'll tell you, it took us a while to come around on the IPM for GYE grizzly bears, is that these things that we look at separately have to agree together. And so we have to have consensus when we look at survival, reproduction, and our counts. And an example I can look at before we move to this is for years we would estimate the population size, and we always knew it was a conservatively low number, right? We'd look at mortality separately and say that because of, we were assessing that differently, we had low mortality. So we knew we had low mortality that should result in an increasing population, but because the other methodology was topped out, we weren't increasing the population. So, right, it wasn't jiving on paper. The beauty of this current methodology in the IPM is that there has to be consensus for that to work. So I think it's important to look under the hood. Like I said before, we started this process in 2019 with the group that developed these IPMs from the first point, SpeedGoat. They've done a lot of work with ungulate data and other data that was, I guess, not less rigorous, but not as much of it. There was a very interesting dynamic when we met with them. We asked a lot more questions than a lot of other researchers. We questioned what they were doing, but it made it better through time in order to come up with something that made sense contextually, right? You can make, if you have enough data, you can have statistically significant findings, but without context, that means nothing. And that could lead to false results. I know that looks daunting, but I'm going to walk through it. So I think there's this notion that we sit down, we go through the data, and then I'm going to come to you at the end of the day with a number. But it's actually, I'm going to walk through this with you. So that first thing I just had. So this is just a schematic of what the IPM looks like. So we have those telemetry, these animals that we're monitoring, that gives us the survival of adult males, females, subadult males and females, and it also provides insight from those marked females, our survival of yearling males and females and cubs. We go and we take the flights where we're on the flights, the observation flights. We also have camera data. We have individuals from throughout the agency that are quantifying the amount of cubs with females they see. Those go into this Chow-2 estimator. That's the one I've talked to you before, where there's a spatial component to it, right? That basically allows us to look at that. We model that through that in a Mark Recite model to give us the numbers of females with cubs. That gives us a proportion of females with cubs. We look at the transition. So how many females are transitioning to a female with cubs, to females with yearlings the next year, a female with yearlings to females with 2-year-olds. And those numbers give us the total number of females in the population, males, subadult females, subadult males, yearling females, yearling and males. Then we can calculate litter size based on decades of tracking the population and look at how many cubs and females there are. That feeds back into the numbers of females with cubs. We're also very tediously documenting mortality. You brought up the question as far as if an animal's shot, that's why we maintain a portion of the population marked, so we can look at known and probable mortality. That feeds back into those numbers, and all of that coalesces into an annual number. And the number that I'm going to provide you today would be an out-of-den estimate, just like Ken provides after those pups are whelped. It really scared my bosses when I showed them that figure that I wouldn't be able to explain that. So hopefully I was able to go through that. The important thing is it's also based on peer-reviewed published literature. So it's not something pulled out of our hind ends. This is based on a lot of very rigorous science. And so that allows us to go through. Now this is for last year. And so there is going to be a delay now. The number we provide for last year are going to come in the spring of every year. So it'll come March, April-ish timeframe. But we calculate the number of females, males, yearlings, cubs born for an estimate of 1,002 grizzly bears last year. And then in the future, if we're actually managing grizzly bears, we can walk through what we expect for human-caused mortality, other forms of mortality, just like Ken does with wolves, and do that same process for grizzly bears. But there's other things that the IPM can do that our previous estimators could not. It allows us to annually evaluate survival of each of these sex and age classes, which is very important. Now we expect to have fairly static for those adults and subadults. We see more changes with those cubs and yearlings, and especially as the population has increased. Ken talked about density dependence. We've seen that with grizzly bears. We see decreased cub and yearling survival with a higher population of grizzly bears. And then bringing us to this trend through time of the population. When it was growing there in the late 90s and 2000s, we start to see that tapering off into more recent times. As bears fully occupy the area where they currently are, we see a little uptick here in the end. There's another way we can look at this. It's going to be a little hard with this delay. See if I can time it right. We look at growth rate. So 1 is no growth. 3%, 3.7% in the 90s, 2000s was our highest growth, 6%. We start seeing that taper off. You see that number or that line drop below the dash line. There's density dependence occurring. Again, this factors into how we're assessing the population. The nice thing is that this all comes together because the population can't grow forever. There's a reason, because we're looking at the density of the population. And this is the textbook logistical growth, sigmoid growth of any population let to grow on its own. There's an inflection point of maximum growth, which we saw, which is also backed up in multiple other methods of that population increasing through time. But then you can only grow so much in suitable habitat. And again, you'll see a lot of these things coalesce around that 2006 timeframe, where we're starting to exhibit more of those density dependent impacts of the population. Other benefits of IPM, we can use this to project what might happen in the future. If we keep things as they are, will the population, what will happen? If in the future we're managing the population, if we want to see a population reduction, what does it take? How does that play out in 5 years? These are very valuable tools that we were accused of not being able to do previously. Now this is something we can do. This is something, it's a probabilistic, again, it's a probabilistic approach. Bayesian is the term. Basically, we can look at this and say, okay, the minimum recovery criteria is 500 bears. What is the probability that we're above 500 bears? Well, we've been at 100% probability of being above 500 bears since the late 1990s. That's pretty powerful to be able to say that. And then again, I don't need to get in the weeds of this, but this is something that's also interesting. Money is always an issue. We can look at the different types of data we're collecting. We can look at a cost benefit analysis of what is most important. They did this with black bears in Montana, for instance, to try to find what, if there's something that maybe we can move away from, if we add something new, what is the best bang for your buck? It's just another added tool that IPM allows for. And so again, that was the crash course on IPM and why we feel it's the right method moving forward. Is there any questions about IPM in general before I just kind of tie things together?
Yeah, could you go back to one slide, please? What's the CR and P?
So capture, so these are the different monitoring tools. So CR is capture, recapture, P is productivity, like reproduction, and C is counts. And so this is based on 1,000 runs of what is true. And so if you look at these, some of these cost more than others, but they're getting you more true versus productivity and just counts. This is just an example. But I mean, in the future, like if we do an estimate of the entire population genetically, would that factor into this? And then we could use that as a function moving forward.
Mr. President, let the record reflect that I'm still kind of confused, but still kind of maybe figuring it out. Let's go on.
I went back and forth on whether to show this one, but basically say this. So this is, for example, saying this is going and trying to fly around and count every marked bear versus how many bears you see. That's capture, recapture. And that is capture, recapture plus productivity. So looking at reproduction plus counts. Obviously, that's going to give you your best insight. But what if you take one of those away? So what that's saying is if you take that productivity, you're still getting a reflective number. But if you take away that and just have productivity and counts, you're way below what's real. So it allows you to kind of go through and prioritize what's more important from a data collection standpoint. Does that make sense? Somewhat? Okay. Capture, recapture. So the take home message is, all right, so you're right. Deputy Chief Binfet was worried about that slide. He was right. So, the take home message is that this allows a lot more proactive and insight into the population annually. Previously, we would look at what's the trend of the population over the last decade. So we'd say the population grew at 2.5% over the last decade, which is still pretty good to be able to do. Now we can say in the last year, what was that population trajectory and how did that compare to the last 5 years? And how did it compare between males and females? It allows for us to be a lot more proactive and actually have more tools in order to come before you in the future to say what we might want to do with this population. And this is something you've seen before, but I think it's worth revisiting. This is the framework for the future. This is what you approved and what has been approved as in the conservation strategy for the future of the grizzly bear population. Again, it's important to throw up that minimum recovery criterion of 500. That's not a goal. That's for a genetically and reproductively viable population of grizzly bears. We've been well above that, as we know, since the late 90s. In 2000, we started seeing density-dependent effects on the population. Now, of course, the population still had a lot of good suitable habitat to grow into. So we're still seeing the population grow, which we see here, but we started to see those impacts in as early as 2000. In 2006, which we come back to that 2006, 2007 timeframe, that's when we really started to see that flattening of the population trajectory. It's still growing, but because of density-dependent effects, we're not seeing as much growth. That led to the first delisting of grizzly bears and the first relisting of grizzly bears. That forced us to do a very in-depth analysis. That was the judge's ruling there was because of white bark pine, a food source of grizzly bears, had declined precipitously due to blister and pine beetle. But we were able to demonstrate that didn't impact the population. The population trajectory was flattening because of the amount of bears, the abundance of bears. That led to the next delisting and subsequent relisting of grizzly bears. Here's where that frustration part comes into play. But again, that forced us to come back to the drawing board, that we're moving forward with the IPM, where there was a question from the judge as far as recalibrating the population and what the objective of the population is and what are the confidence intervals. We have done that. So if we look at the upper and lower credible intervals for the population during that 02 to 14 timeframe, we've done that. And we're agreeing to manage within or above this range of 800 to 950, which is captured within that recalibrated number. And so we're doing all these things to address those issues that were brought forth by the court. And so now we're going less science, shake our crystal ball. Is the population recovered? The next question, will we get that delisting? Will we hear from the service? That one's a little more hazy. So we're still waiting to hear where that is, but we expect something, last we heard, within this month as to the petition from the state of Wyoming to delist the GYE grizzly bear population. And so again, you've seen this picture before, the reality of recovered. This was comical at the time. This is a very old picture, more than a decade ago at Brooks Lake, which is in the core grizzly bear habitat. That was the reality of recovered then. Now, this is what we talk about. We have bears in cornfields. You've heard us talk about this. We're working with the producer to fence off a corn maze for safety. And so it has changed through time as those bears. And sometimes it feels like we're being punished for recovery, right? I thought incoming Director Bruce would appreciate this reference. This joke we make is this heaven. It's not Iowa, it's now Clark, Wyoming, unfortunately. But since we last talked about grizzly bears officially to the commission, again, we have had a lot of things that have happened. We finalized our updates to Chapter 2 of the Conservation Strategy, which is the overguiding document for the future for grizzly bears in this GYE. It's multi-agency, and it was first approved by the Yellowstone Ecosystem Subcommittee, which is kind of the governing body of that, where we got together and we provided a PowerPoint to them as well as an in-depth analysis of all the public comments received. One thing that was really unique about this, the last time grizzly bears were delisted, Yellowstone National Park voted against the conservation strategy. This time Yellowstone National Park was up there presenting with myself and the Grizzly Bear Study Team in support of this. So we've really come through time as this more holistic team approach. Then again, in June, just recently, the IGBC, which is the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee, they unanimously approved those updates. And so the moral of the story is we've done everything on our end to move this ball forward, to demonstrate that we're ready to move forward for this. There was not much fanfare, but it made me think of the Monty Python. There was much rejoice after that, but there was not much fanfare after that, but it's exciting to be moving forward. As far as currently, we've had a very busy spring and summer. Some of our depredation in the Cody region was as busy as of May as we could remember. We've had bears in some new areas in the Jackson area, grizzly bears in some new areas. And we know we see a lot more attention from the media now. We've always had a lot. It seems almost daily now. But we've had a very productive summer. We caught a dozen bears for monitoring purposes in the Du Bois area in less than a month. And so we're moving forward with that. This is a fun slide. Excited about that outreach and education that we do. The comms division has a tracking form that we use to look at how many people we talk to. And I know not everybody's filling those out, but for last year, we had talked to at least 6,500 people. I know that's less than what's real. Currently, our BearWise coordinator, who's been keeping track of this just in this year, has talked to nearly 5,000 people in 48 different presentations. This is really important to get that message across. And we also expect our people that are doing those presentations to also be able to handle conflicts. And so that brings that contextual knowledge when you talk to the public. That's very important moving forward. So finally, I think it's fairly realistic to demonstrate that we're committed to monitoring this population, answering these relevant questions in a dynamic fashion, a dynamic ecosystem. We're trying to find new methodologies. You talked about the flashy tags. We're looking at ways that we can reduce conflict potential, even with the mobile conflict potential in the cattle. We're putting out those to try to see if that's something we can do. We're trying to find different ways to outreach the public. We're putting together the videos that go at gas stations when you get gas to talk about safety in hunting in grizzly bear country. And yes, we are somewhat patiently awaiting a response from the Fish and Wildlife Service as to the petition that was set forth a couple of years ago now by the state of Wyoming. I chose a picture close to home for that thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Wow. Wow, that's right.
There's a lot. I know.
It's good stuff, Dan.
I looked back through your presentation that was on our computer. I wondered why you didn't show that one. It showed all the computations on the board, and then it said, and then a miracle happened.
Right. All right, thank you.
Will there be a test for Commissioner Brokaw for this one on the scientific aspect of it?
What's that?
Will there be a test for Commissioner Brokaw for the scientific
Yes.
thing to see if he was paying attention?
Real quick,
Commissioner Masterson.
is there a maximum carrying capacity? You gave us a statistical number for the population, but there must be a maximum.
Sure. All populations and all habitats have a sustainable carrying capacity. And I think we've reached or exceeded that in most suitable habitat.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at it, and that's why it can still grow through time. I think we reached that in the Yellowstone National Park and surrounding areas as early as the late 90s. That population hasn't grown for a long time, much like the wolves in Yellowstone stay around 100, but they're still expanding into those areas. I think we've gotten to that point in the last several years, and that's why that range of 800 to 950, that's a more emblematic of what would be better for bears and people.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take about a 10-minute break. Okay. Just heard him turn the speaker on, so Angie, Bruce. Upcoming director, Bruce.
Thank you, President Ladwig. Director Nesvik, members of the commission. I'm going to provide you with an update with the Bureau of Land Management Sage-Grouse Resource Management Plan Amendment, the environmental impact statement. Yes, that's a mouthful. So bear with me as the presentation gets loaded here. Dan talked about, he referred to baseball, Field of Dreams. And when I think of sage-grouse, I don't think of baseball. I think about a little bit more of chess. Seems to be really strategy driven. One person moves, the other one moves. And I think you'll see that as we walk through here. Before I jump right into the plan and where we're at, I think it's important to talk about the history and why this is important. Wyoming is 70% occupied sage-grouse habitat. If the sage-grouse is listed, 70% plus of the state could be drastically impacted by an endangered species listing. We have 38% of the bird across the 11-state range and 24% of the habitat, to give you some perspective. But walking back through, yeah, that looks different. Okay. That's fine. It just doesn't have the pictures. We'll be fine. Walking through the history and why this is important. There's been a petition under the ESA beginning in 1998 with 8 petitions in 5 years. However, in 2001 is really when Wyoming stepped into the game and they developed a state conservation management plan that the commission approved at the time. In 2005, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issued a not warranted decision. But in 2007, Wyoming came and started playing an extremely active role with the sage-grouse working group, but then also the SIGIT, the sage-grouse implementation, a group of stakeholders across the state who came to the table often to discuss sage-grouse policy for Wyoming. This was extremely important because in 2007, the decision to reprimand the 2005 decision for further review. So the court said we have to take another look, and that the 2005 decision was not based just on science. 2008 was the first sage-grouse executive order in Wyoming under Governor Freudenthal. It's important to know, if we go through the timeline, we've had 3 different governors update and endorse the executive order. 2010, the Fish and Wildlife Service decision to not list the bird, it was warranted but precluded, saying that there were other higher priority species for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to focus on. It's interesting though, even though they said that, I quote, "The service believes that the core area strategy proposed by the state of Wyoming in the executive order, if implemented by all landowners via regulatory mechanisms, would provide adequate protection for sage-grouse in their habitat in the state." Moving on, 2010, Wyoming revised the executive order based on recommendation from the SIGIT members to use the latest science and data available. Oh, there's the picture. Okay, we're missing a slide there. It's not coming up, so I'll go ahead and talk you through it. 2011, Wyoming executive order was issued under Governor Meade, or 2011 under Governor Meade. And then 2015, this was extremely monumental because this is when the first BLM sage-grouse plans and the Forest Service plans came into play. This was extremely historical moment because the state sat around the table and developed these plans in conjunction with those land management agencies. In 2015, Wyoming updated their map to align with those important plans. And then in 2015, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service said the species was not warranted for decision. This is extremely important. It was celebrated because at this time, we had federal land management plans completely in sync almost with the state of Wyoming's plan. And we had a non-warranted decision. Moving forward, 2019, Governor Gordon updated the executive order under his new leadership. And in 2019, BLM and Fish and Wildlife Service updated their sage grouse RMP plans. And this one was really where I started getting involved. There wasn't a great deal of change with that plan. It ran very smoothly. The state office of the BLM led the effort, and it was really about providing clarification between the 2015 plans and the 2019. Okay, we're back on track. However, in 2021, the courts decided to remove the 2019 plan. We were converted back to use the 2015 BLM's plan. And fall of 2021 is when we started the current process I'm talking about today, which is when the BLM published a notice of intent. It's predicted that this plan will be done at the end of this calendar year. So it's about 3-year process that we're currently under. When they started this process, it was quite different. You heard me talk about what we did in 2015, very collaborative all around the table. However, this last iteration was not the same. We started seeing products from their planning process in March of 2023. They brought us new core area strategy maps of the state and where the protections would be, and showed us how they came up with these maps. These maps were quite different from the Wyoming maps, and they were also done with different resources. They relied heavily on models to predict the habitat and not where Wyoming traditionally was. So at that time, it was decided that CIGIT would undertake their own mapping process to give to the BLM to use in their plan. CIGIT went back to the table of what they did historically, looking at the latest data, incorporating local input, and came up with a modified map. This map, Governor Gordon submitted in March of 2024 to the BLM to use. And Governor Gordon also submitted a Wyoming alternative to be considered in the current BLM planned amendment process. So where we are at now and where we're going, at the end of last year, we received an administrative draft of the plan. As a cooperating agency, we get first look at things. So we have the opportunity to provide comments and recommendations to the BLM prior to the public draft. We did that. It was ironically provided the last 3 weeks of the calendar year over the holiday. But the state agencies in Wyoming worked very collaboratively to provide almost 400 comments regarding that administrative draft. In June of this year, that public draft came out. We again worked together to provide comments and feedback to the BLM. And as I said before, the projected final is looking at probably December of this year. So talking about the plan itself, these are the major categories that we have been working on in the plan. The first two, predation and feral horses, not wild, haven't traditionally been a big part of the plan. We like seeing this. We like the fact that predation was recognized. It's not within the jurisdiction of the BLM. However, it does discuss in the draft about when additional infrastructure is on the landscape that they will do a predator management plan with the appropriate management agencies. So we are really happy to see that. Feral horses were addressed. The preferred alternative in the plan is number 5. And for the most part, the state is supportive of the preferred alternative, except when it comes to feral horses. We'd like to see a more aggressive feral horse plan. And so we spoke for support under alternative 3 for feral horses. Fluid minerals is in a fairly good spot. This really reflects where fluid minerals are permitted. Exceptions are given, modifications. And the goal of this is to line it with the executive order and what we currently do under the state permitting process for oil and gas development. Protections. You guys are probably aware that under the Wyoming's executive order, there's a 5% limit for disturbance in sage-grouse core. In the draft plan, we're seeing some confusion because there's 3% disturbance as well as 5%. We're going to be working really hard to align this again so that it matches the Wyoming plan. Mitigation, we're pretty happy with it where this is at in the draft. We'd like some clarifications in the language. The state statute and executive order for the state really lines out a very active mitigation plan. BLM is mostly referring to the states on this with a little bit of clarity that they first and foremost would like mitigation to go locally as much as possible. Habitat and grazing. This is one that we have been struggling over the last 2 years to get it really lined up with Wyoming. We're still hopeful that the language will line up, but it has been constant dialogue with the BLM to get the grazing and habitat requirements lined up. Areas of critical environmental concern, ACECs. The Governor Gordon has been adamant that these are not needed in the Wyoming decision. These often come with additional protections. And really our view on this is the current protections under the core area are based on science and are sufficient for the bird. ACECs are not needed and only add confusion. And the second from last there, adaptive management. This has been one that I've spent a lot of energy on over the last year to really try to align with BLM. This really comes into play when doing an annual evaluation of where the sage-grouse populations are and where the habitat is. And really where the bone of contention has been is who are the experts to provide that information to the BLM on how the population is doing. And we have maintained at Game and Fish that that should be us. And that's where we have found some disagreement over the last year. And as we continue to manage the bird, we will rely on our expertise to document and analyze where that population is at in Wyoming. And lastly, the maps. I talked about them earlier. The preferred alternative in the plan, that map does align with the state of Wyoming's map. So if the decision is for the Alt 5, the preferred, then we are in good shape with aligning with Wyoming's. Now, a little bit more detail on the map. This is the one that was submitted to the BLM for the plan and to consider and analyze. This went through several versions at the work of the sage-grouse implementation and the governor's office. And at the end of the day, this is where it's at. This is still a draft. It is not the active map yet and may or may not be. But you can see on here, the pink areas are additions to the core area strategy. The black are deletions. And then I want to point out in Northeast Wyoming, I think I have a pointer. If you're looking over here, the green area, it's called a stewardship area. That is completely new and a completely new title. So when we went through this mapping exercise, very similar to the last 4 times that went through, really focused on sage-grouse data, where the leks are, and then looked at projected development or where development was going in. If there was a large development project, such as a permitted wind project, a new mine, it didn't make sense to put a sage-grouse core area on top of that. There's no way there could be success. So we really took into account all that information and data. What we discovered is this area in Northeast Wyoming up here is the birds have been very resilient up there and we still have good numbers. In the past, it was kept out of the core area for several reasons. There was lots of development in the area, lots of private land, and the habitat's quite different. It doesn't fit the current, what we think of mold when we think of sage-grouse habitat. However, we did know the pressures from the BLM and Fish and Wildlife Service that they were very concerned of them accepting the Wyoming's map if we completely ignored that area and the success that the bird has had up there. So we came up with a compromise. We wanted to recognize that important area, but at this point in time, we didn't feel that additional protections were needed. So even though it's called a stewardship area, it's called out on the map, it still has the protections of general area, so being outside of core. But yet special recognition to know that it's there and it's important so that we can put additional resources into conservation work, predator control, invasive species, et cetera, in that area. So next steps, we're currently working on the record of decision. We'll continue to try to influence it as we go through this. Once the decision comes out, we will evaluate that decision to see if it's in line with the executive order. If it is in line, we'll recommend to the governor that we edit the executive order with the new map and the changes. So again, that we have alignment. We will know more again at the end of the year in December. But something to note as we look through the history and where we may go and back to like that chess game of all the pieces moving, you'll see since 2001, one thing that's been consistent, even though half the time we're not sure under which BLM plan we're under, which lawsuit we're responding to, the thing that's been consistent is the Wyoming core area strategy. Since it was put into place, we know how to operate within it, both industry, conservation work, and it's really been the consistent factor through the whole thing. So that's our strategy to continue to manage the bird for a healthy population in the state. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. You commented that there's a discussion about who will provide the monitoring with us wanting the department to do it. What is their alternative? What do they suggest?
So the alternative that you'll see in the draft, the public draft, is that they're putting the weight into a USGS model that, again, takes our data and takes the Wyoming data and analyzes it. And it's a calculation, and then is results with areas of concern. A warning system is what they call it across the state. So what we're asking to do, instead of relying entirely on a model, a calculation to tell us where we should be concerned, we're saying, let the department provide you with a population analysis that we can take in all the data. We can take in the raw data, any models we choose to look at, local expertise, and produce to them a report that's more comprehensive.
Okay. Because when I think sage grouse, I think geological survey. So makes perfect sense. Do you have an anticipated date for the rod to come out?
They've been saying the final rod, they'll have a rod probably, I don't know, September, October, because then it'll have to go through the governor's consistency review, which is usually a 30-day process before the final rod. But they are aiming for that December timeframe for the final.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have a question. Angie, how well did the BLM listen to the department on their administrative review and our recommendations at that time before they went out with their public draft? You said we were okay, we were in alignment on predation and feral horses, but then it kind of fell apart after that.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, that's a good question. We had lots of concerns on the administrative draft. I think you could tell by the amount of comments we sent in. It's really hard to answer that question because the administrative draft was in such poor condition, you couldn't even fairly evaluate it. For instance, different comments, you might see something like an ACEC protection in 3 different preferred alternatives. And then their response to us was, well, it was supposed to be in this one. So our comments were more, I think, of frustration of just really not being able to analyze it and provide constructive feedback. The condition of the public draft document was better. And comparing the two conditions, it was surprisingly better. We were able to actually analyze it, dig into it, and provide way better constructive feedback. I think the real question is now what will they do with it? We did not receive any written comments back regarding our comments, which is usually what we do in the NEPA process. We did not get any to respond to. So we will just continue to work through the decision and try to amend things to align with the Wyoming strategy. It really, it's day by day on where I think we're going to land.
Mr. President, one thing I would say there too is that persistence was the key. Because I do believe that part of the strategy was to throw something out there, let us comment once, and then they didn't react well to the first set of comments that we sent in. Even these consistent weekly, sometimes a little bit longer period of time meetings, they didn't respond to they said, oh yeah, I got it. And then when we saw it come out in writing, it wasn't right. And that I really believe if, especially Angie, wouldn't have been persistent in continuing to point out all these problems and to spend hours and days pouring over 1,400 pages of documents in the last week of the calendar year, I don't believe we would have got to where we got.
Yeah, thanks, Director. Mr. President, if I could follow up too. Collectively, the state agencies really stepped up. To give you an example of what the director just said, I think Department of Ag provided the correct language, what we would like to see regarding grazing issues. I think we're up to 9 or 10 times we provided it in writing to them. It's not entirely there yet. Yeah.
Mr. President, I might have two questions. So see if I'm correct. We supply them with the data, who in turn tells us what to do with our data?
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, that would be a good, accurate summary.
Okay, thank you. And also, to expand on that, the Rock Springs RMP, how is this going to coincide with the land use RMP to do our sagebrush RMP to do the same location RMP? Are they going to step on each other?
Mr. President, Commissioner, excellent question. So the Rock Springs RMP purposely left out sage-grouse management from it. However, that being said, some of the areas proposed for protections in there for other reasons, such as for big game migration and so forth, do line up with the sage-grouse protections, but they're specific on what their objective is. So what you'll get is a layering effect. So they are not overlapping sage-grouse management, but they are overlapping different species management.
This is like feral horses. Okay, and because I can see where the sage grouse one possibly could be different than the land use one. Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, I guess, Angie and I, this is one thing that we haven't discussed and I'm curious. So in the conservation rule that was just recently released, ACECs became discretionary at the local level. In other words, now the process to apply an ACEC it's a bigger process that requires oversight and a process that involves the headquarters. In the conservation rule, they basically allowed that discretion to go down to the very local level. I'm curious, is the ACEC process in the newest version of the sage grouse RMP or the sage grouse EIS, is it discretionary at the local level or a normal process?
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, it is still at that planning process, whether that be state or federal, depends where that lands up. However, the ACECs that are in 5A in the draft plan, there were 6 nominated and they are considering 2 that meet the criteria. The interesting thing about that draft plan is that the ACECs don't have any additional protections on them. So with an ACEC, you have to describe the resource, the valuable resource you're trying to protect, but then the need for an ACEC. If there's no additional protections, you're questioning what need is there. But Director is right with the new BLM Public Health Trust Rule. There's this ability in the final that was not in the draft when we commented as a state that they can put a temporary ACEC almost on any piece of BLM property in the state with just sort of a signing of a signature. And then they can add protections onto that. They call it temporary. I'm not sure what the definition of temporary is, but adding protections just for that. So like he was saying, that taking it out of the land planning process and making it as simple as a local control to put those ACECs in place is very concerning.
Nothing else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Chief Bibby. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, Sean Bibby, Deputy Chief of Services, just to give you your usual Jackson Housing Project update. This time I brought some photos. I wanted to kind of give you a visual of what's transpiring on the project site at the moment. So this photo is of the seasonal unit. And that's looking kind of down towards the rest of the homes on the project. You can kind of see Munger Mountain there in the background and down towards the South Park WHMA. Let me see if I move that forward. Here's just a different angle of that same area. You can see how this being the back of that seasonal unit, there will be, hopefully by September, when we bring another presentation back for an update, asphalt coming down through the driveway there, and should look like a much more completed project at that point. But as of right now, the main things going on, the main action items are the site utility work, that main infrastructure for the water line, the sewer line. That's all taking place. Some of the siding on the homes and the garages is still being put on this week. Just a lot of the external construction work is taking place right now. So the schedule currently will be the last 2 weeks of August is when we anticipate the asphalt being put in, new cattle guard and some other things there. And then from that point forward, it should just be the interior of the homes getting completed, leading into our substantial completion date of November 1st. Some good news over the last month was we had some electrical gear that we were anticipating having a long lead time. That actually came in earlier than expected, so it's either on site or currently being shipped, so that's no longer an issue. So as of right now, things are continuing to move smoothly. Here's another photo of the complete area. Obviously, the houses are set, the garages are set. This one's from a few months ago, so it's more complete than this photo is now, but things are moving along well. On time and still on budget.
That's good.
So with that, I take any questions.
Have any questions? It's good to see something there.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Looking good, Sean. Thanks.
Wildlife Fund, President McBarnes and his crew. Well,
Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. Hey, it's a pleasure to be here. Mr. President, Mr. Director, members of the commission, thank you. Another wonderful day of meetings. Kudos to the folks at Game and Fish. Just honestly, best of the best, hands down. Thanks, Director Nesvik, for giving an overview of our June Inspire a Kid efforts. with the Maury Brown Kids Fishing Day and IAK camps. He said it all. I can say no more. What I will say is a huge thank you to Commissioners Masterson and Jolovich for making the Maury Brown Kids Fishing Day possible. And Mark, thank you for coming out and spending all day with us. It meant so much to us. And then the Inspire Kid camps, thank you, Commissioner Masterson, for making those camps possible, sir. We're very grateful. And also to Commissioner Lundvall and Director Nesvik for speaking. Driving all the way back, it's a huge time commitment that's never lost on us. Ashley, is your story on YouTube? You have that on YouTube? You all should look it up. It's amazing. The story that she shares with those young ladies every year is so moving. So thank you, Commissioner, so much for that. WYO Gives happened on July 10th, here just about a week ago on Wyoming Statehood Day. We really wanted to increase our efforts this year with the Wildlife Fund to have more of a presence during that 24-hour cycle of giving. All gifts that are given are generously boosted by the Hughes Charitable Foundation. They commit $1 million every year to WYO Gives for that. Huge thanks to our operations manager, Nate Brown, and the wife of Brian Terrell, Peaches Terrell, of Terrell Chevrolet and Honda. Thanks to their efforts, the Wildlife Fund, we raised over $60,000 during that 24-hour cycle of WYO Gives. We were the 4th leading nonprofit in the state of Wyoming. There was over, I think, 380 nonprofits, and the Wildlife Fund came in 4th. Nate and Peaches, respectfully, peer-to-peer fundraisers were the top 2 fundraisers in the state of Wyoming. So I'm so proud of Nate, so proud of Peaches, and I wanted to give them a giant thanks. We are running a Christmas in July raffle right now, because who doesn't love Christmas, especially when it's in July? And it wraps up on July 26th. So we have over $220,000 in prizes. We have a 50-50 raffle that's close to $50,000 right now. If anyone's interested, head to our website or Facebook page here in the last 7 days, give us a share. And you could be in for one of those great prizes, and all of the funds will help Wyoming's wildlife. So we're very excited about our digital nationwide raffle that's occurring right now. Before I introduce a friend to carry us into Wildlife Crossings, which will be the finality of my presentation, I also wanted to report to the commission, we're very excited. From August 20th to the 24th, we have 5 family foundations flying in from across America to Cody, Wyoming. And we will be hosting them on a 3-day tour of the Absaroka Front, the Wind River Reservation, the Sublette County Mule Deer Migration Corridor, and the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem. We're doing this all in partnership with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Jill Randall, Ian Tater have been absolutely pivotal, Tony Mong, Troy Fiesler. So these major funders from across the United States are going to see the good work that's happening on the ground through our pooled migration fund, through the work with private landowners and producers who are making all this possible. So we are very excited about that. That's taken a lot of time, and I think it will be for the benefit of Wyoming's wildlife, if nothing else, to spread the word about what's happening. So last year, we made significant strides on Highway 189, the South Kimmerer Wildlife Crossing project, and we have more good news on that project today. Everything I'm about to tell you is really the epitome of teamwork and what nonprofits come across our state and join together to get done for Wyoming's wildlife. So Jess, would you come forward and give us an exciting announcement on Highway 189?
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for everything that the Wildlife Fund does to spearhead this. Honestly, without the organization that you put in place, we'd all be just cats. He's the cat herder. So he gets us all going, he gets us all inspired, but he also got us all thinking. And we realize that as hunting orgs, we enjoy a pretty incredible relationship with the industry, thinking camo clothing, thinking, gear, binoculars, all of that. And that got us starting to reach out to industry. So today we get to present to you guys $15,000 that is from the industry. It is from Sitka, and it is in conjunction with the Conservation Alliance. What is really cool about this is that the Conservation Alliance historically works on a lot of outdoor and conservation related stuff, but very rarely, if ever, works on things that relate hunting or to the hunting voice. Sitka is a relatively large partner of the Conservation Alliance. So when we reached out to them, to start talking about wildlife crossings, especially as it relates to the Wyoming range mule deer and that whole area and how special it is to hunters, Sitka jumped right on board, but they brought the Conservation Alliance with them. So the Conservation Alliance is starting to buy in a bigger place. This is non-hunting industry that is outdoor recreation industry as well, which is really exciting to start seeing. We're starting with $15,000. We hope there is more going, and we're going to keep the narrative going, but it's all coming through a lot of collaboration, a lot of creativity, and a lot of outreach. So Sitka, major thank you. The Conservation Alliance, major thank you. And WWF, it's sort of who we're all working together with the Wildlife Fund. So we're really excited about it. I'm hoping we can grab a photo a little later because Joy might skin me alive if I don't get one up here. But thank you all, and we're really excited for that.
Thanks, Jess. Thank you so much.
Super, thank you.
Yeah. Yep, the Federation continues to lead, and Jess, we're so grateful for your efforts and Joy's and the entire staff. So moving on with wildlife crossings, I want to center us around US 26. That's the next big one that we're trying to take a bite out of the apple on. For those of you tuning in, or if you're in the crowd and you don't know about US 26, this is the next highest wildlife crossing priority project put forth by the department and the commission. It goes from milepost 58 to 64.5 on US 26 between Crowheart and DuBois. We're talking about implementing 3 wildlife underpasses, 1 overpass, and associated big game fencing. So in the spring, alongside the leadership of Deputy Director Angie Bruce, the fund and my friend Scott Christensen with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition Executive Director, we established a very bold private fundraising goal of $2.7 million. In the short lifespan of the Wildlife Fund, will be 5 this coming March. We've never set a goal that big before. So it was a little bit scary, but Scott and I dug into this with other partners who are going to mention. I'm proud to stand here before you today and tell you that this Wildlife Crossings Pilot Program grant is due in September. We know that now, so we've got a month and a half left roughly. But we have $2,453,636 committed, private dollars committed to this project. So with that being said, Scott.
I'll just echo what Chris said. This is a really exciting project. It has a lot of momentum. The fact that the state and various parts of the state, including the commission, the department, the governor's office, Natural Resource Trust Fund, all these different parts of Wyoming state government are behind it and supporting of it, makes a huge difference. It makes it a lot easier for Chris and I to go out and raise funds and talk about a partnership between hopefully the federal government and their wildlife crossings pilot program, how much of a leadership role the state of Wyoming is playing, and then here we are as the private, fundraisers trying to get this match together. And the momentum behind it is really palpable and exciting. After the last commission meeting in May, there was a public meeting that evening in DuBois that Chris and I attended and spoke at, as well as Daryl Lutz from the department and Randy Merritt from WYDOT. And every person that attended that meeting was excited about it, supportive of the project. In fact, one person said, can we get this built already? Let's do this. And that was just really refreshing to see that local support for something like this. And of course, that makes the private fundraising easier. The Greater Yellowstone Coalition, we held a board meeting in early June in Cody, and I got to spend a couple of days in that part of the world with my board, which comes from all over the country. Got them out in the field for a day with the Absaroka Fence Initiative. We talked to them a lot about wildlife friendly fencing. They got to see it and do some of it firsthand, which was really, really cool. At that meeting, I've been talking with them about this project since the spring, well, longer as it was in the planning stages, but about the fundraising component in this since the spring. At that meeting, they committed to put up $250,000. We had an entity that was potentially going to match that. And once they made that vote and that decision, about 48 hours later, the match came in, and there we go with $500,000. So we're coming down the home stretch. Chris and I are really confident we're going to get there. It's a great project, really excited about it. And I look forward to celebrating it with all of you. Having a resource like the Wildlife Fund in the state is a big deal. We work in Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, and we don't have a partner like Chris in those two other states. And the opportunity to work with someone here who can not only help fundraise, help create new partnerships, but also look down the road a ways and see opportunities is really important. And I know you all understand that, but I just wanted to give a kudos to Chris and his small team. They punch above their weight. And it's great to have a partner here in the state of Wyoming who can do all the different things that Chris is involved with and that his board supports and you all support him in doing. So just a tip of the hat to Chris and to you all for supporting this project and excited to close the final gap here and hit our goal. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wouldn't be possible without him. So, Mr. President, if you just bear with me to close, sir, I do want to recognize these people because this is, I don't know if there's ever been that much money raised for a wildlife crossing project in Wyoming before, and we're on that path. So the Knobloch Family Foundation committed $1.5 million to this project. It's the largest amount of money that they've ever committed to a Wyoming project in their history. So I talked to their executive director, Nicole Corfonta, 2 days ago, and she wanted me to communicate that to the commissioners. So Nicole, Steve Sharkey, Steve Cowan, thanks so much. GYC, $250,000. The Band Foundation, Nick Lapham, $250,000. The Mule Deer Foundation, Sean Blazak, you're in the room today, thank you, $100,000. The Nature Conservancy, $100,000. The Wilberforce Foundation, $50,000. The 10 Country chapter of Muley Fanatics Foundation and the Blue Ridge chapter of Muley Fanatics Foundation, $65,000. Wildlife for Tomorrow, our good friend Taylor Phillips, $50,000. The Wyoming Community Foundation, Du Bois Crowheart, local board, $20,000. And then the rest of these organizations have committed as well. Du Bois Outfitters Association, the Wyoming Wildlife Federation, the Golfer Wildlife Outing, Wildlife Barrier Breakers, the Du Bois Anglers and Wildlife Group, Daryl Lutz's Wow Weekend, the whole Lander staff, thank you so much. The National Bighorn Sheep Center, our good friend Steve Meadows at the 49er Inn and Suites, Tori and Meredith Taylor, Anna Mosecki and Michael Kinney, Ed and Estella Canuck, Steve and Kathy Cooper, William Adam Sedlacek, and the Cook Family Giving Fund. So, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director, when I say this is a team effort, it is a team effort. And it's literally, it's just reflective of what our governor has done, what our director has done, what our incoming director is going to do, and what our commissioners are doing, and WYDOT is doing. You all are such a great team, and we follow in your footsteps. And I'm going to close by recognizing our board chair, Mark Wilson. He's here today. He lives right in Buffalo, Johnson County. Mark's a wonderful man. He provides wonderful leadership for the Wildlife Fund, and this all wouldn't be possible without him. So with that, I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. That's unbelievable. Any questions?
Thank you all.
Thank you. I think, is there any call to the public? Is there a motion to adjourn for the day?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. We're adjourned.
0800
0800 in the morning for